Forget one for all. What if Izuku Midoriya wielded the deadliest curse technique in history? Picture a darker Deku summoning the divine general Mahoraga to crush the League of Villains. No longer just a hero, he commands the abyss. Witness the birth of the ultimate shadow sorcerer.
Welcome, legends, to Chronos Recom. I wrote this story myself, so if you have any suggestions or what-ifs you want to see, drop it in the comments below. Also, just wanted to let you know I've got a Patreon set up now for anyone who wants to support the channel directly. You can get early access to stories, submit direct fan requests, and get exclusive content. It's totally optional, but if you want to help keep these stories coming, check it out. Links in the description. And don't forget to subscribe, like, and hit that bell so you never miss an upload. Let's dive into this story.
The UA entrance exam arena sprawled before him like a concrete jungle, and Izuku Midoriya stood at the starting gate with the stillness of deep water. Around him, other examinees bounced on their toes, cracked their knuckles, psyched themselves up with muttered affirmations. Their nervous energy created a buzz in the air that contrasted sharply with the dark-haired boy who simply waited. Present Mike's voice exploded across the loudspeakers. And then go! The crowd surged forward in a stampede of quirks and ambition. Izuku didn't run. He walked forward with measured steps as his shadow beneath him began to writhe and split like living ink. Divine dogs. The words came out quiet, almost conversational, but the effect was immediate. Two massive wolf-like creatures materialized from his shadow, one pure white, one absolute black. They stood shoulder-height to Izuku, their forms crackling with an energy that wasn't quite physical, their eyes glowing with predatory intelligence. A girl with pink skin nearly crashed into him, stumbling to avoid the sudden appearance of the beasts. Her eyes went wide. What the? But Izuku was already moving, the divine dogs flanking him as he surveyed the artificial city ahead. While other students scattered in all directions, fighting over the same clusters of robots, Izuku's mind worked like a chess player viewing the entire board. Nue. His shadow rippled again, and this time something emerged that made several nearby students stop and stare. The creature was massive, an owl-like beast with a wingspan that blocked out the sun, its feathers crackling with electricity. Izuku stepped onto its back with practiced ease, and Nue launched skyward with a single powerful beat of its wings. From above, the battlefield revealed itself completely. Concentrations of students formed bottlenecks around robot clusters. 3-pointers in the industrial district, 2-pointers scattered through the residential zone, 1-pointers everywhere, easy pickings. Izuku's eyes tracked it all with tactical precision, and his lips curved into the faintest smile. Let's begin. Nue folded its wings and dove. The first cluster of robots never saw him coming. Lightning discharged from Nue's wings in branching arcs, frying the circuits of 4 1-pointers simultaneously. As they toppled, sparking and smoking, Izuku dropped from Nue's back, landing in a 3-point stance that sent cracks spider-webbing through the concrete. Divine dogs, sweep pattern gamma. The white dog lunged left, jaws clamping around a 2-pointer's head with enough force to crush the metal like aluminum foil. The black dog went right, its claws raking through robot armor plating like paper. They moved with supernatural coordination as if reading each other's thoughts, because in a sense, they were. Both were extensions of Izuku's will, fragments of his power given form. A 3-pointer rounded the corner, its larger frame and heavier weapons making it a more dangerous target. Its arm cannons began to glow, targeting Izuku's position. He didn't move. Gamma. The shadow beneath the robot bulged and burst, and a massive toad emerged with its tongue already extended. The appendage wrapped around the 3-pointer's torso 3 times, constricting with enough pressure to crumple armor plating. Izuku walked past as the robot struggled uselessly against Gamma's grip, already moving to his next target. In the observation room, pro-heroes watched in silence. What is that quirk? Midnight leaned forward, her usual playful demeanor replaced with genuine curiosity. Some kind of summoning ability? Shikigami manifestation, according to his file. Principal Nezu's paws were steepled, his beady eyes tracking every movement. He calls it the 10 Shadows technique, creates creatures from his shadow that follow his commands. That's more than just creatures. Aizawa's voice was flat, analytical. Look at how they move. Perfect coordination, tactical deployment. He's not just summoning them, he's conducting them like an orchestra. On screen, Izuku had summoned something new. A serpent, easily 20 meters long, erupted from the ground beneath a cluster of robots. Its body coiled and struck with terrifying speed, crushing 3 one-pointers and a 2-pointer in rapid succession. 37 points, All Might murmured, watching the boy who would have been his successor in another timeline. In less than 3 minutes. He's not even breathing hard, Present Mike added, unusually subdued. They were right. Izuku moved through the exam arena with the efficiency of a surgical strike. While other students exhausted themselves chasing down individual robots, he orchestrated systematic destruction. Nua provided aerial reconnaissance and lightning strikes. Divine Dogs handled close combat. Gamma restrained larger targets. The Great Serpent ambushed from underground, and when he needed something more, Rabbit escape. His shadow exploded outward, and suddenly the street was flooded with rabbits. Not a dozen or 20, hundreds of them, white forms that scattered in every direction. Other students shouted in confusion as the swarms surrounded them, harmless, but overwhelming in their numbers. Meanwhile, Izuku moved through the chaos unseen, his actual position masked by the distraction. He emerged from a shadow behind a cluster of 3-pointers, already pulling something from the darkness, a metal pole he'd stored earlier, torn from a destroyed robot. He enhanced it with cursed energy, the makeshift weapon glowing with dark power, and swung. The pole cut through robot armor like it was nothing. 3 3-pointers fell in as many seconds, 56 points. 4 minutes elapsed. In the observation room, Recovery Girl made a small sound of concern. That boy. There's something about his presence. Even watching through cameras, I feel uneasy. Nezu nodded slowly. Quite right. His power carries what I can only describe as an aura of dread. I suspect it's a psychological effect of his quirk. Very few people would feel comfortable standing near someone who keeps monsters in their shadow. He's completely calm, Aizawa observed. Not excited, not nervous, just executing a plan. On screen, Izuku had found a good vantage point and stopped moving. He stood on a rooftop, hands in his pockets, surveying the arena below. Divine Dogs sat at his sides like guardian statues. Nue perched on a nearby building, its electric gaze sweeping the streets, 73 points. 6 minutes elapsed. He was, by a significant margin, in first place, and he looked bored. A student with a transformation quirk, some kind of beast form, charged a 3-pointer below Izuku's position. The student was strong, his claws tearing into robot plating, but he was struggling. The robot's counterattack sent him flying backward. Izuku watched him passively for exactly 2 seconds. Then he moved. He didn't jump off the building. He stepped backward into his own shadow and simply disappeared. The beast form student crashed into a wall, dazed, looking up to see the 3-pointer advancing for a finishing blow. Then something erupted from the robot's shadow, a massive black form that slammed into it from behind. Divine Dog, the black one, had emerged from the robot's own shadow, its jaws clamping around the machine's head. One powerful jerk and the head separated from the body. Izuku stepped out of a nearby shadow, completely clean, completely composed. He glanced at the beast form student. You left your right side open, it was targeting that weakness. Then he walked away, Divine Dog dissolving back into his shadow, leaving the other students staring in confused gratitude. In the observation room, All Might's expression was complicated. He saved that boy, but only because it was efficient, Aizawa countered. He was already planning to destroy that robot. The rescue was just simultaneous. Is that really a problem? Midnight asked. He still saved him. No, Nezu said softly. Not a problem, just interesting. 8 minutes had passed. Izuku had stopped actively hunting. He'd positioned himself centrally, Divine Dogs and Nue deployed in a perimeter, and was simply waiting. What's he doing? Present Mike wondered aloud. Then the ground began to shake. The 0-pointer emerged from its hangar like a metal mountain, 10 stories of armor, plating, and weapons systems designed to be completely unbeatable. Its appearance was meant to test heroic instincts, whether students would save others or simply flee. Students scattered, screaming, running for the exit zones. Izuku tilted his head, studying the massive robot with analytical eyes. In the observation room, All Might leaned forward. Will he run? Look at his stance, Aizawa said. He's not afraid. He's calculating. Izuku's mind worked through the problem with cold logic. The zero-pointer was designed to be indestructible through conventional means. Its armor was too thick for most student quirks. Its size made it impossible to topple through strength alone. It was meant to be avoided, not fought, but Izuku Midoriya had never been conventional. Structural analysis, he murmured to himself, eyes tracing the robot's joints, its weight distribution, the way it moved. Top-heavy design, center of gravity approximately 12 meters up. Armor plating is thickest at ground level, thinner at the top to reduce weight. The zero-pointer's weapons began to charge, red targeting lasers sweeping across fleeing students. Izuku made his decision. Nu, maximum altitude, directly above target. The electric owl launched skyward, climbing fast, becoming a dark speck against the sun. Divine dogs clear the surrounding area, ensure no students are within 50 meters. The white and black wolves split up, their intimidating presence driving the last few frozen students to scramble away. Izuku's shadow expanded beneath him, becoming a perfect circle of darkness. His voice, when he spoke the name, carried absolute authority. Max Elephant. What emerged from the shadow made the ground crack under its weight. The elephant was massive, 15 meters tall with tusks like telephone poles and a trunk thick enough to wrap around a building. Its body radiated cursed energy so dense that the air around it shimmered. Every camera in the observation room focused on the scene. "That's impossible," someone whispered. "The energy requirement for manifesting something that large." "Silence," Nezu commanded, his voice sharp. "Watch." Izuku stood beneath Max Elephant, looking up at the creature that towered over even the zero-pointer. His shadow had expanded to accommodate the elephant's massive form, a pool of darkness that covered half a city block. "Nue," Izuku's voice was perfectly calm. "Descend and merge with Max Elephant on my mark." High above, Nue folded its wings. The zero-pointer's weapons reached full charge. It began to fire. Now. Nue dropped like a meteor, its electrical form slamming into Max Elephant from above. The two shikigami didn't just collide. They merged, Nue's electricity coursing through the elephant's massive body, its form condensing and strengthening the larger creature. And then the elephant was falling. Not just falling, diving, enhanced by Nue's flight capability, accelerating downward with its trunk aimed directly at the zero-pointer's head. Water cannon. Maximum pressure. The trunk contracted and water erupted with the force of a shaped explosive. The stream was focused, pressurized to levels that could cut through steel, and it struck the zero-pointer's head armor at the exact moment Max Elephant's full weight crashed down on top of it. The sound was apocalyptic. Metal shrieked. Armor plating crumpled like tissue paper. The zero-pointer's head collapsed inward under the combined force of tons of descending mass, hyper-pressurized water boring through its core, and electricity frying every circuit simultaneously. The giant robot's body wavered, its structural integrity catastrophically compromised. Then, with a groan of tortured metal, it toppled backward. It hit the ground so hard that students 3 blocks away fell down from the shockwave. When the dust cleared, the zero-pointer lay in ruins, its head completely destroyed, its chest cavity carved out by water pressure that had continued cutting even after impact. Sparks and smoke poured from the wreckage. Standing in front of it, completely unharmed, Izuku Midoriya calmly unsummoned Max Elephant. The massive creature dissolved back into his shadow like it had never existed. Silence blanketed the arena. Then Present Mike's voice crackled over the speakers, unusually subdued. Time's up. Examinees, please proceed to the exit for medical evaluation." Izuku walked toward the exit, hands in his pockets, his shadow writhing behind him with barely contained power. As he passed other students, they unconsciously stepped aside, creating a clear path. None of them met his eyes. In the observation room, the pro-heroes sat in stunned silence. Finally, All Might spoke. "That was strategic genius," Nezu finished. He didn't try to match the robot's strength. He analyzed its weaknesses and exploited them with overwhelming force applied at precisely the right point. "The energy control required to manifest something that large," Recovery Girl said slowly, "and then to unsummon it with no visible strain. Principal Nezu, that boy's power reserves are abnormal." "Indeed." Nezu's paws were steepled again, his expression unreadable. "Izuku Midoriya." Quirk, 10 Shadows Technique, allows him to manifest up to 10 different creatures from his shadow, each with unique abilities. According to his middle school records, he's been training with this quirk since it manifested at age 4. 11 years of training, Aizawa said quietly. Most students come to UA having played with their quirks. He came having mastered his. His score? Midnight asked. A hero at the control panel checked the readout. 73 villain points from the robots he destroyed before the 0-pointer. And the hero paused, recalculating. The system awarded him the 0-pointer's value as a bonus for destruction of an objective rated impossible. That's an additional 100 points. 173 points, All Might said slowly. That's the highest entrance exam score in UA history, Nezu confirmed, beating the previous record by 42 points. On the monitors, Izuku had reached the exit. He waited patiently in line with other students, showing no signs of fatigue despite having just dropped a 15-meter elephant from the sky. There's something else, Aizawa said, his eyes never leaving the screen. Did anyone else notice? He made tactical decisions for other students. He cleared the area before deploying his finishing move. That beast-form student he saved, he gave him advice. He has heroic instincts, All Might observed. No, Aizawa corrected. He has tactical awareness that includes civilian safety as a parameter. That's different from heroic instinct. That's military thinking. Nezu made a small sound of agreement. Zach will need to watch this one carefully. Power at that level, combined with that kind of analytical mind, Izuku Midoriya will either become one of the greatest heroes this school has ever produced, or... The principal didn't finish the sentence. He didn't need to. On screen, Izuku received his pass to the next phase and walked out of frame, his shadow stretching long behind him in the afternoon sun. 3 weeks later, Izuku stood in front of UA. This massive entrance gate wearing the school's distinctive uniform. Other first years clustered in groups, nervous and excited, chattering about which class they'd be assigned to. Izuku stood alone. It wasn't that he was antisocial. He simply radiated an aura that made casual approach difficult. Even now, a small circle of empty space surrounded him, other students unconsciously maintaining distance. He didn't mind. He was reviewing the class roster he'd received, mentally cataloging the quirks of his potential classmates. Tactical information gathering, his mother called it. Obsessive analysis, his childhood therapist had called it before Inko stopped taking him to those appointments. Midoriya Izuku? Midoriya Izuku? He looked up to find a tall boy with glasses and a severe expression standing at the edge of his personal space, seemingly unbothered by the dark aura. The boy's movements were precise, almost mechanical in their efficiency. Yes, Izuku said simply. I am Ida Tenya. I wish to introduce myself before classes begin as we scored first and second respectively on the entrance exam. Ida bowed formally. Your performance was exceptional. The tactical application of your quirk was most impressive. Thank you. Your speed and precision were notable as well. Ida adjusted his glasses. If I may ask, that massive elephant creature you summoned, the energy expenditure must have been immense. How do you manage the fatigue? It was a tactical question. Information gathering disguised as polite conversation. Izuku appreciated the efficiency. Training, he answered truthfully. I've been expanding my energy reserve since my quirk manifested. The body adapts to consistent strain. Fascinating. And the creatures themselves, do they possess autonomous intelligence or are they direct extensions of your will? Before Izuku could answer, a new voice interrupted. Oh my god. Are you the guy who destroyed the 0-pointer? A girl with brown hair and pink cheeks had approached, her eyes wide with excitement. Unlike most students, she seemed to have pushed through the uncomfortable aura by sheer enthusiasm. I am, Izuku confirmed. That was incredible. I'm Uraraka Ochako. I was in the same exam venue, but in a different section. Everyone was talking about the guy who dropped an elephant from the sky. She was practically bouncing. Can you really summon 10 different creatures? What are they all like? Do they have names? Izuku blinked, momentarily thrown by the rapid-fire questions. Before he could formulate a response, another voice cut through the conversation like a knife. Get out of my way, extras. The crowd parted automatically, and Bakugo Katsuki strode through, his crimson eyes locked on Izuku with an intensity that bordered on hostile. He stopped directly in front of Izuku, close enough that most people would find it confrontational. Izuku met his gaze calmly. They'd known each other since childhood, had gone to the same elementary school, the same middle school, and for 11 years, Bakugo had watched Izuku transform from a quirkless kid into something that made even adults nervous. Izuku, Bakugo said flatly. Katsuki, don't think that exam score means anything. I'm going to surpass you. Noted. Bakugo's jaw clenched. This was the thing that frustrated him most. Izuku's complete lack of reaction to provocation. No anger, no fear, just calm acknowledgement. We're not kids anymore, Bakugo continued. That shadow trick might have worked on robots, but real fights are different. You're correct, Izuku agreed. Real fights require adaptation, strategy, and the ability to analyze opponents mid-combat. I look forward to seeing your approach. It wasn't sarcastic or mocking. Izuku stated it as simple fact, which somehow made it worse. Bakugo's hands sparked with small explosions as he fought to control his temper. Class 1A is about to begin, Ida interjected, checking his watch. We should proceed to the classroom. The group moved toward the main building, an uneasy dynamic already forming. Uraraka tried to keep conversation light, asking questions about the school. Ida provided detailed answers about UA's history and facilities. Bakugo walked slightly ahead, his posture aggressive, and Izuku observed it all. Cataloging personalities and potential team dynamics, they entered Class 1A to find it already half full. A girl with a black ponytail looked up from a textbook, her expression analytical. A boy with red and white hair sat by the window, isolated and seemingly disinterested in his surroundings. A small boy with purple spheres for hair was attempting to talk to an earphone-wearing girl who looked ready to electrocute him. Izuku chose a seat in the back corner, tactical positioning that allowed him to observe the entire room. His shadow pooled beneath his desk, darker and deeper than normal shadows. The last few students filtered in. A pink-skinned girl with horns, a boy whose face was entirely hidden behind a breathing apparatus, a blonde boy who couldn't seem to stop sparkling. Then the door slammed open. Every student jumped except Izuku, who had sensed the approach through his shadow's sensitivity to movement. A disheveled man in a yellow sleeping bag wormed his way into the classroom. He stood up, revealing bloodshot eyes and an unkempt appearance that screamed, "Please let me go back to sleep." "Sit down and shut up," the man said flatly. "I'm Aizawa Shota, your homeroom teacher. We're wasting time with introductions, so I'll make this quick. UA is different from your middle schools. We train heroes here, which means your comfortable school life is over." He pulled out a gym uniform from his sleeping bag. "Everyone change and meet me at the training grounds. We're doing a quirk assessment test." Uraraka raised her hand nervously. "But what about the entrance ceremony, the orientation?" Aizawa's smile was not friendly. "If you want to be a hero, you don't have time for useless pageantry. Training ground, 5 minutes. Don't be late." He walked out. The class erupted in nervous chatter, but Izuku was already moving toward the changing rooms. He understood Aizawa's approach, efficiency over ceremony, results over tradition. It was logical. 5 minutes later, Class 1A stood in gym uniforms on one of UA's massive training fields. Aizawa held a device that looked like a phone. In middle school, you took standardized physical tests but weren't allowed to use your quirks. It was irrational. Here, we'll measure your true capabilities. He pointed at Bakugo. "You scored highest on the entrance exam's combat portion. What was your best softball throw in middle school?" 67 meters, Bakugo answered. "Try it with your quirk. Do whatever you want. Just stay in the circle." Bakugo grinned savagely, winding up and hurling the ball with an explosion that cracked like thunder. "Die!" The ball vanished into the distance. Aizawa held up the device. 705.2 meters. This is what we mean by using your full potential. You'll be performing 8 physical tests using your quirks. Whoever places last in total score will be judged hopeless and expelled immediately. The class erupted in protests. "That's not fought here. You can't expel someone on the first day." Aizawa's eyes flashed red and his hair began to float. "Fair? Natural disasters aren't fair. Villains attacking civilians aren't fair. Heroes don't get to complain about what's fair. They deal with reality." His quirk deactivated. "Plus ultra. Those words mean giving everything you have and then finding more. If you can't do that, you don't belong here." Silence fell. "Midoriya," Aizawa said, his eyes finding Izuku with unsettling precision. "You scored highest overall on the entrance exam. You'll demonstrate the softball throw first." Izuku walked to the circle without comment. He took the ball, feeling its weight, calculating trajectories and energy requirements. His shadow rippled. Divine Dog, the white wolf, emerged, standing at attention beside him. Students gasped at the sudden appearance of the massive creature. Izuku threw the ball, not particularly hard by human standards. It arced upward in a clean parabola. The Divine Dog jumped, its enhanced strength launching it 10 meters into the air. It caught the ball in its jaws and, at the apex of its leap, bit down with crushing force. The ball didn't just fly. It rocketed, propelled by the combination of Divine Dog's strength and the explosive force of its bite. Aizawa's device beeped. 1,847.3 meters. The class stared. That's... Uraraka's voice was faint. That's almost 2 kilometers. Izuku unsummoned the Divine Dog and walked back to the group, his expression unchanged. He'd used the minimal energy required to achieve the maximum result. Efficiency. The test continued. Grip strength. Izuku used Divine Dog's enhanced jaw pressure on a modified device. Sidesteps. Rapid escape created hundreds of duplicates that confused the counting system until Aizawa made him use only his own body. Sustained sideways jumps. Nue's wings provided bursts of aerial movement. Long-distance run, Max Elephant's water cannon created a slide that let him hydroplane the entire track. Other students performed impressively. Bakugo's explosions propelled him to high scores across multiple tests. The boy with red and white hair, Todoroki Shoto, Izuku learned, created ice slides and fire propulsion. Uraraka made herself weightless for jumping events. Ida's engine quirk dominated anything involving speed, but Izuku's tactical application of his shikigami made conventional categories meaningless. He wasn't just using a quirk, he was exploiting the test parameters with surgical precision. After the final test, Aizawa displayed the rankings on a holographic screen. Midoriya Izuku, Todoroki Shoto, Bakugo Katsuki, Ida Tenya, Tokoyami Fumikage. The list continued down to 20th place, a small boy with purple spheres for hair who looked ready to cry. "By the way," Aizawa said with a slight smirk, "the expulsion was a logical ruse to make you give your all." While the class erupted in relieved chaos, Izuku noticed that Aizawa's eyes were on him, analytical and assessing. Their gazes met for a moment. The teacher's expression said clearly, "I'm watching you." Izuku's calm stare replied, "I know." The first day of UA ended with Izuku walking home alone, his shadow stretching long in the afternoon sun. Behind him, he could hear classmates making plans to go out together, forming the bonds that would define their high school experience. He didn't feel excluded. Solitude had been his companion for 11 years, ever since the day his shadow first split and Divine Dogs emerged to protect him from middle school bullies who thought a small kid would be easy prey. They'd learned otherwise. His phone buzzed with a text from his mother asking about his first day. He replied with efficient accuracy. "Successful. Ranked first in quirk assessment. Teacher is competent. No issues." What he didn't mention was the way Todoroki had stared at him during the tests, analytical and cold. The way Bakugo's jaw had clenched when the rankings appeared. The way Aizawa's eyes had tracked his every movement with the intensity of someone watching a potential threat. Izuku was used to being watched, used to being feared. It was the price of power. 2 weeks into the semester, Class 1A had settled into an uneasy rhythm. Academic classes in the morning, hero training in the afternoon, homework that pushed the limits of human endurance. Izuku excelled at all of it with mechanical efficiency that unnerved his teachers. He solved complex equations while half his attention monitored his surroundings through shadow sense. He wrote perfect essays on hero law while mentally drilling shikigami combat formations. He sparred in combat training with a precision that made even Aizawa pause. The other students had stopped trying to involve him in social activities. It wasn't cruelty, it was self-preservation. Being near Izuku felt like standing next to a sleeping predator. You were probably safe, but instinct screamed to maintain distance. The only exceptions were Ida, who approached social interaction as a duty and seemed immune to discomfort, and Uraraka, whose relentless optimism powered through the dark aura like a bulldozer through tissue paper. "Midoriya!" Uraraka waved from across the classroom. "Ida and I are going to study at the library after school. Want to join?" I have training scheduled, Izuku replied, which was true. He trained every day after classes, expanding his energy reserves and practicing shikigami combinations. You're always training, she pouted. Don't you ever just hang out? Inefficient use of time. That's so sad. She dramatically threw her hands up. Ida, back me up here. Ida adjusted his glasses with characteristic precise movements. While I understand Midoriya's dedication to improvement, Uraraka does raise a valid point. Building camaraderie with classmates is an important aspect of hero work. Teams function more effectively with established trust. Izuku considered this. A logical argument. However, trust is built through shared adversity more efficiently than social recreation. We will have ample opportunities for team bonding during training exercises. Before Ida could respond, the classroom door opened and All Might entered in his muscular form, his smile as bright and overwhelming as ever. I am, coming through the door like a normal person. The class erupted in excited chatter. All Might was teaching their hero basic training course, and every lesson so far had been intense. Today's training will be different, All Might announced, holding up a card that read, Rescue. You'll be split into teams and sent to various disaster zones. Your job is to rescue civilians, played by training robots, while managing environmental hazards. This is real hero work, people. He pressed a button and panels in the wall slid open, revealing hero costume cases numbered for each student. Get changed and meet at the bus. We're going to a special training facility. 20 minutes later, Class 1A stood in full hero costume at the bus loading zone. Izuku's costume was pragmatic, black tactical wear with reinforced plating, multiple equipment pouches, and a high collar that could be pulled up to cover his lower face. No cape, no bright colors, nothing that would interfere with movement or draw unnecessary attention. His shadow, visible even in broad daylight, writhed beneath him like something alive. The bus ride to the unforeseen simulation joint was filled with nervous chatter. Uraraka admired various costumes. A girl named Asuitsuyu, who insisted everyone call her Tsu, made observations about quirk functionality. Bakugo argued with Kirishima about something pointless. Izuku sat in the back, eyes closed, like mentally reviewing the facility layout he'd studied the night before. The USJ had multiple disaster zones: flood, landslide, fire, windstorm, and more. Each would require different tactical approaches. Thinking about the exercise? Todoroki had taken the seat next to him without asking. His voice quiet enough that others wouldn't hear, Izuku opened his eyes. Tactical preparation is standard procedure. You're different from the others. It wasn't a question. Todoroki's heterochromatic eyes, one gray, one blue, studied Izuku with the same analytical intensity Izuku himself usually employed. You don't chase glory or recognition. You optimize for efficiency. Is there a question in that observation? Why become a hero at all? Someone with your tactical mind could succeed in any field. Why choose this path? Izuku was quiet for a moment, considering whether to answer honestly. Because I have power, he finally said, and power without purpose is waste. The most efficient application of my abilities is protecting those who cannot protect themselves. So it's logical calculation, not emotional drive. Is there a meaningful difference in outcome? Todoroki's lips twitched in what might have been a smile. No, I suppose there isn't. The bus pulled up to the USJ, and the students filed out to find themselves at the entrance to a massive domed facility. The doors slid open to reveal a tall figure in a spacesuit-like costume. Hello. The hero's voice was cheerful. I'm 13, and I'll be assisting with today's training. The USJ has 6 disaster zones where you'll practice rescue operations. Remember, the goal is saving lives, not defeating enemies. All Might stood beside 13, his smile somehow both encouraging and slightly strained. Izuku's shadow sense picked up something odd about the symbol of peace's energy signature, but he filed it away for later analysis. Now then, 13 continued, before we begin, I want to talk about quirks and their potential for harm. My black hole quirk can suck up anything and turn it to dust. It's very dangerous. Many of you have similar destructive capabilities. Today is about learning to use that power to save, not destroy. The lights went out. Darkness flooded the USJ for exactly 3 seconds before emergency lighting kicked in, casting everything in ominous red. And at the plaza below, a swirling purple-black portal was opening, disgorging dozens of figures. Villains. Aizawa's voice was sharp and immediate. 13, protect the students. Get them out of here. What about you? All Might's muscles tensed, ready to leap into action. I'll hold them off. Go. But the portal wasn't finished. Another one appeared directly behind the students, and a figure made of purple mist emerged from it, his yellow eyes glowing in the dim light. Greetings, UA students. The misty villain's voice was polite, almost apologetic. We are the League of Villains. Forgive our intrusion, but we've come here today to kill All Might. Bakugo and Kirishima immediately attacked, explosions and hardening punches striking the mist villain. But their attacks passed through harmlessly, and the villain's form expanded, engulfing the entire class in purple-black darkness. I'm afraid I must scatter you across the facility. Farewell. The world twisted, and Izuku felt the teleportation activate. His shadow sense screamed warnings, and he made a split-second decision. Divine dogs! Both wolves manifested instantly, and as the teleportation energy pulled Izuku away, he grabbed onto their forms, anchoring himself partially to the physical space. The result was that instead of being scattered randomly, he controlled his trajectory. Reality snapped back, and Izuku found himself in the USJ's Central Plaza, exactly where he wanted to be. Dozens of villains surrounded him, their expressions ranging from confused to hostile. Hey, the mist guy was supposed to scatter them, one villain muttered. How'd this kid end up here? Who cares? Another villain, this one with blade-like appendages, grinned. Fresh meat. Let's show these UA brats what real villainy looks like. Izuku stood completely still, his dark eyes scanning the plaza with tactical precision. Approximately 40 villains of varying quirk types. The central fountain providing water source, multiple structural pillars offering cover, staircases leading to different zones, the main entrance where Aizawa was engaging a larger group, and at the edge of the fountain, two figures who radiated genuine menace. A man covered in disembodied hands and that purple mist villain who'd teleported them. The hand-covered man scratched at his neck. Kurogiri, you missed one. How annoying. My apologies, Shigaraki Tamura. The boys somehow resisted the full effect of my warp gate. Shigaraki's visible eye focused on Izuku with disturbing intensity. Resisted? Interesting. Hey kid, you're supposed to be scattered and afraid. Why are you just standing there? Izuku's shadow began to expand beneath him, spreading across the plaza floor like spilled ink. His voice when he spoke was perfectly calm. Because you've made several tactical errors. The nearest villains laughed. Tactical errors? Kid, there's 40 of us and one of you. 42, actually, Izuku corrected, including Shigaraki and Kurogiri, but numbers are irrelevant when strategy is flawed. His shadow had expanded to cover roughly 20 meters in diameter now, a perfect circle of darkness with Izuku at its center. Error 1. You assumed the students would scatter in fear. Instead, you've created isolated combat zones where we can engage without collateral damage to each other. Error 2. You chose an environment, the USJ, where multiple terrain types create tactical advantages for adaptive quirks. The villains' laughter died as they noticed the shadow still expanding. Error 3. Izuku's eyes seemed to darken. You attacked a UA student without confirming their capabilities. Enough talking. The blade appendage villain charged, his arm transforming into a sword. Just die already. Rabbit escape. The shadow exploded with white forms, and suddenly the plaza was flooded with hundreds of rabbits. They poured outward in a wave that crashed into the surrounding villains, who shouted in confusion as they were overwhelmed by the sheer numbers. What the hell? They're everywhere. Is this his quirk? Just making rabbits? Izuku didn't move from his position. He simply watched as the villains flailed, trying to fight off creatures that dodged every attack and multiplied every time one was destroyed. Then the real assault began. From the shadow directly behind the blade villain, Divine Dog, the black one, erupted with its jaws already open. It clamped down on the man's sword arm with crushing force, and bone cracked audibly. The villain screamed. The white Divine Dog emerged from a different shadow, tackling a fire quirk villain who'd been preparing to burn the rabbits. Its claws raked across his chest, and he went down hard. His real power isn't the rabbits, Kurogiri warned. They're a distraction. But the warning came too late. The great serpent burst from the ground beneath a cluster of villains, its massive coils wrapping around 3 of them simultaneously. They struggled uselessly as the serpent constricted. Focus on the kid. Shigaraki commanded. Ignore the summons. Kill the summoner. 5 villains charged Izuku directly. Quirks activated. Stone skin, elastic limbs, acid spit, enhanced strength, and razor wire generation. Izuku's expression didn't change. Gamma. The massive toad appeared between Izuku and the charging villains, its enormous bulk blocking their path. Its tongue shot out like a whip, wrapping around the elastic limb villain and the enhanced strength villain simultaneously, binding them together. The acid spit villain fired a glob of corrosive liquid at Izuku. Nue. The electric owl manifested above, its wings sweeping down to intercept the acid with a discharge of electricity that neutralized the liquid mid-flight. Then Nue dive-bombed the villain, electricity crackling across its talons as it struck him down. The razor wire villain tried to ensnare Izuku with threads of cutting wire, but the stone skin villain was already in the way, and the wires wrapped around him instead, cutting ineffectually against his hardened body. Izuku finally moved. He stepped forward, pulling a metal rod from his shadow, salvaged from the entrance exam, and enhanced it with cursed energy. The weapon glowed with dark power as he swung it in a perfect arc, striking the stone skin villain's temple with precisely calculated force. The villain's stone skin protected him from cuts, but it did nothing against concussive force transmitted through his entire head. He dropped unconscious instantly. The razor wire villain stumbled back, trying to create distance, but Izuku had already closed the gap. Another strike, this one to the solar plexus, and the villain folded. 10 seconds. 5 villains incapacitated. The remaining villains, watching their comrades fall with terrifying efficiency, hesitated. "What are you idiots doing?" Shigaraki's voice was sharp with irritation. "He's just one kid." "That's no kid," one villain whispered. "That's a monster." Izuku's shadow pulsed, and more shikigami emerged. Divine dogs flanked him like guardian wolves. Nue perched on Gamma's back, creating an aerial vantage point. The great serpent coiled around the plaza's perimeter, cutting off escape routes. "I'm giving you one chance," Izuku said, his voice carrying across the plaza with quiet authority. "Surrender now, and you'll be conscious when the pro-heroes arrive to arrest you." "Screw that!" A villain with a mutation quirk, multiple arms, charged forward. "I ain't afraid of some kid's pet zoo." Unfortunate. The divine dogs moved as one, their coordination perfect. They didn't go for the villain directly. Instead, they herded him, forcing him to dodge left, then right, then back, each movement driving him exactly where Izuku wanted, right into the great serpent's waiting coils. The villain's scream cut off as the serpent constricted, not hard enough to kill, but more than sufficient to render him unconscious from lack of oxygen. Anyone else? The remaining villains looked at each other, at their unconscious comrades, at the shikigami that surrounded them. Several simply ran for the exits. Others dropped their weapons and raised their hands. In less than 2 minutes, Izuku had neutralized more than half the villains in the plaza. Shigaraki's scratching intensified. This is all wrong. They were supposed to be weak, scattered, afraid. His voice took on a petulant quality. "You're ruining the game." "This isn't a game," Izuku replied. "You attacked a school, threatened students, that was your final error. Kurogiri, bring out the Nomu." The mist villain hesitated. "Shigaraki, that was meant for All Might." "I don't care! Bring it out!" A portal opened at the fountain, larger than before, and something emerged that made even Izuku's shadow sense scream warnings. The creature was massive, easily 3 meters tall, with exposed brain tissue and a bird-like beak. Its muscles bulged grotesquely, and its eyes were vacant, empty of intelligence, but filled with predatory instinct. "This is our Nomu," Shigaraki said, his scratching stopping as he smiled behind the hands covering his face. "Bioengineered to kill All Might. Multiple quirks, including shock absorption and regeneration. Let's see your shadows handle that." The Nomu moved. One moment it was at the fountain, the next it was in front of Izuku, its fist already swinging with enough force to pulverize concrete. Izuku's divine dogs intercepted, both slamming into the creature's arm to divert the blow. The impact sent them flying, their forms destabilizing temporarily before reforming from Izuku's shadow. Fast. Strong. Multiple quirks confirmed, standard attacks insufficient. Divine dog, totality. The white and black dogs merged, their forms flowing together like water mixing with ink. What emerged was a single massive wolf, larger than either component, its fur swirled with black and white patterns, its eyes burning with concentrated cursed energy. The transformed divine dog and the Nomu clashed in the center of the plaza, wolf against monster, teeth against fist. They were evenly matched in raw strength, each exchange creating shockwaves that cracked the ground. But Izuku was already analyzing the Nomu's combat patterns. It fought on pure instinct, no technique or strategy. Powerful, but predictable. Great Serpent, ground assault, pattern delta. The serpent dove beneath the plaza floor, moving through earth like water. It emerged directly beneath the Nomu, coils wrapping around its legs, attempting to restrain. The Nomu's muscles bulged, and it simply pulled. The Great Serpent, despite its massive strength, was lifted off the ground as the Nomu used it like a whip to strike Divine Dog. Totality, both shikigami destabilized, forced to retreat back into Izuku's shadow to reform. Regeneration confirmed, Izuku murmured. Physical damage insufficient. Environmental exploitation required. The Nomu charged again, faster than before, learning from each exchange. Izuku's mind raced through options. Conventional shikigami attacks weren't working. The creature's shock absorption quirk negated most physical damage, and its regeneration healed what little got through. He needed something different. His shadow expanded further, now covering the entire central plaza. The darkness deepened, becoming almost tangible, and Izuku's cursed energy surged as he prepared a technique he rarely used. Domain expansion, Chimera Shadow Garden. The world shifted. The incomplete domain didn't create a separate space like a fully realized domain would. Instead, it flooded the existing area with shadow, turning the entire plaza into an extension of Izuku's power. The ground became liquid darkness. The air thickened with cursed energy, and from every shadow, unlimited shikigami could emerge. Impossible, Kurogiri whispered. That level of power, he's still just a student. The Nomu charged through the shadow sea, its instincts telling it kill the source of the threat. It never reached Izuku. Divine dogs erupted from the shadows ahead of it, not one or two, but dozens of them, each one a perfect copy. They swarmed the Nomu, biting and clawing from every angle. When the creature destroyed one, two more took its place. The Nomu regenerated, its shock absorption activating, but it didn't matter. The dogs weren't trying to kill it. They were restraining it. Gamma emerged beneath the Nomu, its tongue wrapping around the creature's torso. Nue appeared above, electricity crackling, shocking the Nomu to disrupt its nervous system. The Great Serpent coiled around its legs again, and this time, with the Nomu restrained by multiple shikigami, it held. The Nomu struggled, its strength phenomenal, regeneration working overtime. But Izuku's domain provided unlimited energy for the shikigami. They could reform infinitely, attack endlessly, restrain perpetually. It was a battle of attrition the Nomu couldn't win. The Nomu is meant to fight one powerful enemy, Izuku observed, his voice calm despite the massive energy expenditure. It can't adapt to coordinated assault from unlimited opponents. Shigaraki's scratching reached frantic levels. This isn't how it's supposed to go. The Nomu should be winning. You're just a student. Kurogiri, Izuku said, his eyes never leaving the struggling Nomu, you have 3 seconds to warp yourself and Shigaraki away. After that, I'm restraining you both as well. You arrogant. Shigaraki started forward, hand outstretched, his decay quirk activated. The shadow beneath him turned solid, a hand made of pure darkness grabbing his ankle. Shigaraki looked down in shock as more shadow hands emerged, reaching for him. 1 second. Kurogiri, get us out! Shigaraki shouted. The mist villain hesitated, looking at the Nomu still restrained by endless shikigami, at the shadow hands reaching for Shigaraki, at the student who stood calm at the center of a domain of darkness. He made the smart choice. A portal opened and both villains fell through, the Nomu suddenly going limp as whatever remote control they had over it deactivated. The portal closed. Izuku waited exactly 5 seconds, shadow sense confirming they were truly gone, before releasing his domain. The shadows receded like a tide going out, and the Nomu, now inactive and unconscious from the sustained assault, toppled forward. The plaza was silent. Around the perimeter, the remaining conscious villains stared in absolute terror at the student who had just single-handedly defeated their entire attack force. Surrender, Izuku said simply. They did, immediately. Hands raised, weapons dropped, several actually crying. At the main entrance, Aizawa had finished subduing his own group of villains and stood frozen, staring at the plaza below. All Might, who had arrived mid-battle but held back when he realized Izuku had the situation controlled, was equally stunned. "That boy," All Might said quietly, "just defeated a Nomu designed to kill me." "Not through strength," Aizawa observed, "through strategy." He turned the environment itself into a weapon. 13, who had successfully evacuated the other students and returned with backup, simply stared. Is he really a first-year student? Police and pro-heroes flooded the USJ, securing villains and checking for casualties. Miraculously, there were none among the students. Several pros had minor injuries, but nothing serious. Izuku stood in the center of the plaza, his shadow normal-sized again, looking utterly unfazed by what he just accomplished. All Might approached him, his expression complicated. "Young Midoriya, that was remarkable, but extremely dangerous. You could have been killed." Risk assessment indicated manageable threat level, Izuku replied. The Nomu was powerful but predictable. Shigaraki was unstable, Kurogiri was risk-averse. I calculated an 87% probability of successful defense. And the other 13%? Acceptable margin of error for high-stakes scenarios. All Might didn't know whether to be impressed or concerned. "You're very calm about almost dying." "I wasn't almost dying. I was in control of the situation from the moment I landed in the plaza." Izuku's dark eyes met All Might's. They made errors. I exploited them. That's combat. The symbol of peace looked at this boy who spoke of battle like a seasoned veteran, who commanded monsters from shadows, who had just defeated a threat meant to kill the #1 hero. "You're something special, Midoriya," All Might said finally. "But special doesn't always mean safe." "Safe is for civilians," Izuku replied. "I'm training to be a hero." The USJ incident made national news. Students survived villain attack at UA. The media frenzy was intense, but UA's PR team managed to keep specific details vague, protecting student identities and capabilities. What they couldn't protect was word of mouth. Students who'd been teleported to various zones returned with stories of Izuku Midoriya, who had landed in the central plaza alone and proceeded to dominate the entire villain force. The details grew more exaggerated with each retelling, but the core truth remained. One student had changed the entire battle's outcome. In Class 1A, the atmosphere around Izuku shifted from uneasy distance to outright awe tinged with fear. During lunch, he sat alone as usual, but now other students actively avoided looking in his direction, as if eye contact might be dangerous. Todoroki was the exception. The dual quirk user sat down across from Izuku without asking permission, his mismatched eyes analytical. "You used a domain," Todoroki said quietly. "I felt it when 13 brought us back. The air pressure changed, the temperature dropped, and the shadows became wrong." Izuku continued eating his rice, unbothered by the observation. "Chimera Shadow Garden. An incomplete domain that floods an area with shadow, allowing unlimited shikigami summoning." Incomplete? A true domain creates a separate space with guaranteed hit effects. Mine simply transforms existing space. It's energy intensive and lacks the refinement of a complete domain. Todoroki processed this. "You speak about your quirk like it's a martial art with specific techniques and forms. Most people just use their quirks instinctively. Instinct is inefficient without training to refine it. Is that why you train every day after school? Partially." Izuku finally looked up, meeting Todoroki's gaze directly. "Why the interest in my training methods?" Todoroki was silent for a moment. "Because you're strong in a way that doesn't rely on raw power. You think several moves ahead. Against the Nomu, you could have tried to overpower it, but instead you restrained it and waited for the villains to retreat. That's not how most people fight. Most people fight emotionally. Anger, fear, pride, they all create exploitable patterns. And you don't have emotions? I have emotions. I simply don't allow them to dictate tactics." Bakugo's explosion at a nearby table punctuated the conversation, the blonde apparently arguing with Kirishima about something pointless again. Todoroki glanced that direction, then back to Izuku. "You and Bakugo knew each other before UA." It wasn't a question, but Izuku answered anyway. "Since childhood, we attended the same schools. He's obsessed with surpassing you." "Yes. Does that bother you?" "No." His competitive drive makes him train harder, which makes him stronger, which eventually makes Class 1A stronger as a whole. His obsession serves a productive purpose. Todoroki's lips twitched. You analyze everything, don't you? Even personal relationships. Relationships are tactical considerations in team environments. Todoroki paused, searching for words. Sad, actually. Izuku tilted his head slightly, genuinely curious. Why? Because friendship isn't supposed to be tactical. It's supposed to be. He trailed off, clearly uncomfortable with the topic. Emotional, Izuku supplied. Built on shared experiences and mutual trust that serves no practical purpose beyond emotional satisfaction? You make it sound clinical, isn't it? Todoroki stood up, his lunch barely touched. You're very strange, Midoriya, but you're also right about most things, which makes it worse. He walked away, leaving Izuku alone again. Strange wasn't an insult. It was an observation. Izuku had been called strange his entire life. First for being quirkless, then for having a quirk that summoned monsters, and finally for the way he approached everything with cold calculation. He'd long since stopped caring about such labels. His phone buzzed with a message from his mother. Saw the news about the attack. Are you okay? Please call me. He did, immediately, because his mother's emotional state was a consideration that required management. Mom, I'm fine. No injuries. The situation was handled efficiently. Izuku, the news said there were dozens of villains, and some kind of monster. The Nomu. It was neutralized through tactical restraint. I was never in significant danger. You're 15, Izuku. You shouldn't have to fight monsters. I'm training to be a pro hero. Fighting threats is the core function of the profession. He could hear her sigh through the phone, that particular sound of a mother who knew she couldn't change her son's path but worried anyway. Just be careful, okay? You're all I have. I know, Mom. I'm always careful. It wasn't technically a lie. He was careful, just not in the way she meant. He calculated risks, prepared contingencies, trained to expand his capabilities. That was care, just applied through logic rather than emotion. After the call, he returned to class to find Aizawa waiting. Midoriya. Principal's office. Now. The walk through UA's halls was silent except for their footsteps. Aizawa didn't offer explanations, and Izuku didn't ask for them. He could deduce the reason. His performance at the USJ had attracted administrative attention. Principal Nezu's office was exactly as expected. Organized, efficient, with a desk designed for someone much smaller than human standard. The principal himself sat behind it, paws steepled, his beady eyes bright with intelligence that matched or exceeded most humans. Midoriya Izuku. Nezu's voice was cheerful, which somehow made him more intimidating. Please sit. Tea? No, thank you. Izuku sat, his posture relaxed but alert, shadow pooling naturally beneath the chair. You're wondering why you're here, Nezu continued, pouring himself tea with practiced precision. The USJ incident has raised certain questions about your capabilities and how UA should handle your education going forward. I defended myself and incapacitated hostile threats, standard hero behavior. Yes, but the method and scale are unusual for a first-year student. A domain expansion, Midoriya, most pros never achieve such a technique. Mine is incomplete. A full domain requires more training. Which means you're actively working to perfect it. Nezu sipped his tea. Most students discover their quirk's limits and work within them. You seem to be constantly pushing past your limits to discover new capabilities. Stagnation is regression. Continuous improvement is necessary. Even at the cost of normal social development? So that was the concern. Izuku had wondered when someone would officially address his isolation. My social development is adequate for professional hero work. I can communicate effectively, understand team dynamics, and respond appropriately in various social contexts. But you don't have friends. Friendships are not required for professional competence. Nezu set down his teacup with a delicate clink. No, but they're part of the human experience. Heroes don't exist in a vacuum, Midoriya. You'll work with teams, interact with civilians, potentially lead agencies. Social bonds matter. I understand their tactical value. That's not what Nezu paused, then laughed, a high-pitched sound that didn't quite reach his eyes. You really do see everything through a tactical lens, don't you? It's efficient. It's concerning. Nezu's expression became more serious. Power like yours, combined with emotional detachment, creates a dangerous combination. History is full of individuals who convinced themselves that cold logic justified terrible actions. Izuku met the principal's gaze steadily. I protect civilians and neutralize threats. My methods are efficient but not cruel. I don't kill, even when it would be tactically advantageous. I follow hero regulations and laws. What about my behavior suggests I'm a threat? Nothing yet? Nezu admitted, which is precisely why we're having this conversation now. UA's purpose isn't just to create powerful heroes, it's to create good ones. And goodness requires more than just following rules. It requires empathy, compassion, the ability to understand why we protect people beyond simple logical calculation. I understand why we protect people. They can't protect themselves. We have the power to help them. Therefore, we should. But do you care about them? The question hung in the air. Izuku considered it carefully because Nezu deserved an honest answer. I care about efficiency and purpose, he said finally. My power exists. Using it to protect people is the most logical application. Whether I feel emotional attachment to those people is irrelevant to the action of protecting them. Nezu was quiet for a long moment. That's not the answer I was hoping for, but I appreciate your honesty. He poured more tea. Midoriya, I'm not going to punish you or restrict your training. Your performance at the USJ saved lives. But I am going to ask you to try something. What? Make one friend. Not a tactical alliance, not a training partner. A genuine friend. Someone you care about for reasons that have nothing to do with efficiency or logic. Why? Because I want to believe that underneath all that tactical thinking, there's still a 15-year-old boy who deserves to experience the normal parts of life. Nezu's smile was gentle but sad. You've trained so hard to be a hero that you've forgotten how to be human. I'd like you to remember. Izuku considered this. It was a strange request, impractical and emotionally driven. But Nezu was the principal, and this was technically an assignment. I'll attempt it, he said finally. No guarantees of success. That's all I ask. Dismissed. Izuku left the office, his mind already cataloging potential friend candidates based on compatibility factors, which was probably the exact opposite of what Nezu intended, but was the only approach he understood. The UA Sports Festival was announced the next day. The festival was Japan's biggest event, broadcast nationally, watched by millions. Pro heroes scouted for potential sidekicks and interns. Students competed for glory and recognition. For Izuku, it was an opportunity to test his capabilities against trained opponents in controlled conditions. The entire school was buzzing with excitement. Merchandise was already being sold. Classes discussed strategy. Students from other courses complained about the hero course getting all the attention. In Class 1A, Bakugo stood on his desk and shouted his intentions. I'm going to win this whole thing and prove I'm the strongest. That's the spirit. Kirishima pumped his fist. Let's all do our best. Izuku, sitting in his usual corner, reviewed the festival format on his phone. The event structure was different from previous years. Principal Nezu had redesigned it after the USJ incident to better test tactical thinking alongside raw power. Stage 1. The Labyrinth. Students would navigate a massive maze filled with traps and obstacles while robots hunted them. The goal was to reach the center and claim one of 42 flags that would advance them to Stage 2. Stage 2, Territory Control. The 42 qualifying students would be divided into teams of 3 and placed in different zones. Each zone had a capture point. The goal was to hold your point while trying to capture others. Top 16 students advanced based on personal performance, not team performance. Stage 3, Tournament. One-on-one matches, standard bracket format, winner takes all. It was more complex than a simple obstacle course designed to test navigation, combat, teamwork, and individual skill. Midoriya. He looked up to find Uraraka and Ida standing beside his desk. We should team up for Stage 2, Uraraka said with her usual bright enthusiasm. With your tactical thinking, my zero gravity, and Ida's speed, we'd be super effective. It was a logical proposal. Their quirks had strong synergy. But teaming up early meant committing to a strategy before understanding the full competition. I'll consider all team options after Stage 1 results are determined, Izuku replied. Optimal team composition depends on who qualifies and what their demonstrated capabilities are. Uraraka pouted. You're so practical about everything. Can't you just say yes because we're friends? We're classmates. Friends. she insisted. We sit together sometimes at lunch, and I helped you with that English assignment last week, and friends help each other. Izuku blinked. By her definition, they were friends. He hadn't noticed the transition from classmates to friends because there was no clear definitional boundary. Was this what Nezu meant? Had he accidentally made a friend without realizing it? Very well, he said. If we both qualify for stage 2 and teaming together appears tactically sound, I'll accept the alliance. Uraraka beamed. Great. See, Ida? I told you he'd say yes if I was persistent enough. Ida adjusted his glasses. I maintain that respecting someone's space is more appropriate than aggressive friendliness, but I cannot argue with results. They walked away, chatting about training plans, and Izuku returned to his research. He'd apparently made a friend. It was more efficient than expected. The days before the festival were intense. Students trained obsessively, each preparing their own strategies. Bakugo's explosions echoed from the training grounds at all hours. Todoroki practiced precision with his ice and fire. Tokoyami worked on controlling his shadow quirk. Izuku's training was different. Instead of focusing on power, he practiced efficiency. How quickly could he summon and dismiss shikigami? How many could he maintain simultaneously? What was his maximum range for shadow manipulation? He also studied his classmates, memorizing their quirks, fighting styles, and personality-driven tactical patterns. Bakugo fought aggressively with overwhelming offense. Todoroki maintained distance and controlled the battlefield. Ida used speed for hit-and-run tactics. Knowledge was as valuable as power. The night before the festival, Izuku stood on his apartment balcony, shadows stretching long in the moonlight. Tomorrow would test him against the best students UA had to offer. He was ready. The stadium was packed with hundreds of thousands of spectators, their roar shaking the air as students from all courses marched onto the field. President Mike's voice boomed across the loudspeakers, introducing each class with characteristic enthusiasm. And here they are, UA's first years. Class 1A walked in formation, all eyes on them as the class that survived the USJ attack. Izuku walked near the back, his presence like a shadow among shadows despite the bright sunlight. Midnight, serving as the festival's chief referee in an outfit that pushed the boundaries of appropriate, cracked her whip for attention. The student oath will be delivered by the first-year representative, the student who scored highest on the entrance exam, Midoriya Izuku. The stadium erupted in cheers and whispers. Izuku walked to the platform with measured steps, his shadow pooling beneath him in the stadium's bright lights. He looked out at thousands of faces, cameras broadcasting his image nationally, pro heroes watching from VIP boxes. I will win, he said simply into the microphone. Silence, followed by shocked murmurs. That's it? President Mike's voice cracked with surprise. No inspiring speech? No. Izuku stepped down from the platform. Behind him, Bakugo was grinning savagely. At least you're honest about it. Midnight recovered quickly. Well, that was direct. Let's begin the first event, the labyrinth. Massive walls rose from the stadium floor, reshaping it into a maze that stretched hundreds of meters in every direction. The walls were solid concrete, 3 meters high, too tall to easily climb. The rules are simple, Midnight explained. Navigate the maze, reach the center, claim a flag. There are 42 flags for over 200 students. Robots will patrol the maze, and various traps are hidden throughout. You have 30 minutes. Ready. Go! The students surged forward into different entrances. Immediately, chaos erupted as the maze's first traps activated. Walls that moved, floors that dropped away, robots that emerged from hidden panels. Izuku stood at his entrance, observing for exactly 5 seconds as other students pushed past him in their rush. Then he looked down at his shadow. Nue. The electric owl emerged, and Izuku stepped onto its back. Nue launched skyward, flying above the maze walls. Wait, is that allowed? Someone shouted. The rules didn't say you had to walk through the maze, President Mick noted. Clever kid. From above, Izuku could see the entire labyrinth's layout. The center was obvious, a raised platform with flags waving from poles. But several other students had already had the same idea of going airborne. A girl with wings. A boy who could create platforms in the air, and below, students were taking different approaches. Todoroki was freezing entire sections of the maze to create barriers behind him, ensuring no one could follow. Bakugo was blasting through walls directly. Ida was using pure speed to navigate faster than the shifting walls could trap him. Izuku directed Nue in a diagonal path, avoiding direct competition with other aerial students. When a robot emerged from a wall below, targeting him with projectiles, he didn't bother dodging. Divine Dog. The white wolf materialized on the ground directly beneath the robot, its jaws clamping around the machine's legs. One powerful jerk and the robot toppled, destroyed before it could fire. Nue touched down at the center platform. Izuku claimed a flag, number 1, appropriately, and immediately took off again. But he didn't leave. Instead, he landed Nue on top of the maze's tallest wall section and settled in to observe. From this position, he could see every student still struggling through the maze below. What's Midoriya doing? Present Mike wondered aloud. He's got his flag. Why isn't he heading to the safe zone? He's gathering intelligence. Aizawa's voice came through, the underground hero apparently providing commentary. Watch his eyes. He's memorizing everyone's capabilities. Indeed, Izuku tracked each student's progress with analytical precision. A girl who could make objects larger or smaller to navigate tight spaces. A boy who could harden his hair into protective armor. A student whose quirk let them stick to walls like a spider, all valuable information for later stages. Todoroki reached the center, claimed his flag, and left immediately, his eyes briefly meeting Izuku's position. Recognition passed between them, both understood the value of observation. Bakugo blasted through the final wall section, grabbed a flag, and noticed Izuku watching. What are you doing, Izuku? The first event is over. Gathering data. Shh, whatever. I'm not going to lose to you in the next round. More students reached the center. Ida arrived in a blur of speed. Uraraka floated herself over the walls. A boy named Tokoyami used his shadow quirk to navigate dark sections of the maze. 40 students had claimed flags when time ran out. And that's time, Midnight announced. 40 students advance. Let's see who didn't make it. The maze walls lowered back into the ground, revealing students who'd been trapped in various sections, some stuck in traps, others taken out by robots. Izuku dropped from his observation point, Nua dissolving back into his shadow as he landed smoothly in the safe zone with the other qualifiers. All right, stage 2 begins in 10 minutes. Form your teams. Students immediately began grouping up, choosing partners based on quirk synergy and friendship. Uraraka bounced over to Izuku. Team up time, like we discussed. Ida joined them. A logical team composition. Your shadow creatures for offense and control, Uraraka's zero gravity for mobility and disorientation, and my speed for rapid strikes and retreats. Agreed, Izuku confirmed. Territory control will require both holding our position and disrupting others. Our quirks complement those objectives. They registered as a team, and Midnight explained the rules. 16 zones, 14 teams. Each zone has a capture point, a flag on a pole. Your team must defend your flag while trying to capture others. You earn points for holding your flag, bonus points for capturing enemy flags, and individual points for takedowns. After 20 minutes, the top 16 individuals advance to the tournament, regardless of team performance. The zones were scattered across the massive stadium floor, each one a different terrain type: desert, forest, urban, water, mountain. Teams will be randomly assigned zones. Good luck. Izuku's team drew the urban zone, a miniature city with buildings, streets, and alleyways. Their flag stood in a central plaza. Strategy? Ida asked as they took their positions. Defense in depth, Izuku replied. Ida, you're our scout and striker. Use your speed to identify approaching teams and harass them before they reach the plaza. Uraraka, your battlefield control. Use your quirk to make rubble float, create obstacles, disorient enemies. I'll anchor the defense at the flag itself. What if multiple teams attack at once? Uraraka asked. Then we regroup at the flag and switch to coordinated defense. But early aggression should prevent simultaneous assault. Begin. Ida immediately blurred away, scouting the perimeter. Uraraka started touching building sections, making them weightless and repositioning them to create a more defensible approach to the plaza. Izuku stood at the flag, his shadow expanding across the entire plaza floor. He summoned divine dogs, positioning them at key choke points. The white dog at the north entrance, the black dog at the south. Contact. Ida's voice came through the communication devices they'd been given. 3-person team approaching from east. Quirks appear to be weapon manifestation, enhanced strength, and some kind of barrier generation. Fall back to plaza, Izuku commanded. Lead them in. 30 seconds later, Ida blurred back into the plaza, the enemy team in pursuit. They entered the kill zone confident, quirks activated, ready to overwhelm. They'd made an error. Now, Uraraka. She activated her quirk on the buildings she'd previously touched. The structures lifted into the air, floating above the enemy team, then dropped. The barrier user threw up a shield, but the sheer mass of falling concrete was too much. The barrier cracked, and the team scattered. Divine dogs struck from their positions, the white one tackling the enhanced strength user, the black one harassing the weapon manifester. Neither team member could focus on offense while defending against the shikigami. Ida circled back, using his speed to deliver precise strikes that didn't do major damage but kept the enemies off balance. Gamma. The massive toad emerged from Izuku's shadow, its tongue lashing out to bind the barrier user who was trying to reorganize their team. With their defensive specialist restrained, the team's coordination collapsed. Surrender your flag, or continue fighting a battle you can't win, Izuku stated calmly. The weapon manifester, seeing their team scattered and overwhelmed, made the smart choice. We surrender, Izuku nodded to Ida. Claim their flag. Ida blurred away toward the enemy zone, returning less than a minute later with their flag. 1 capture, 0 losses, and they'd used less than 5 minutes. That was amazing, Uraraka cheered. We totally dominated. Maintain focus, Izuku reminded her. Other teams are still active. Someone may attempt to claim our flag while we're celebrating. As if on cue, an explosion rocked the plaza's western entrance. Bakugo's team crashed through, the blonde's palms already sparking with his next blast. His teammates were Kirishima, whose hardening quirk made him nearly indestructible, and Kaminari, whose electricity quirk added ranged attack options. Izuku. Bakugo's grin was feral. I figured you'd be here. Let's settle this. Your team has already lost their flag, Izuku observed, noting Bakugo's lack of a capture flag. Attacking us serves no tactical purpose. I don't care about tactics, I care about beating you. Emotion-driven decision-making. Predictable. Bakugo launched forward with explosion-propelled movement, closing the distance faster than most could react. Izuku didn't move. Divine Dog. Totality emerged between them. The merged black and white wolf's massive form absorbing Bakugo's explosion-enhanced punch with its shoulder. The creature barely flinched. What the? Bakugo's eyes widened. That's the same thing you used against the Nomu. Kirishima charged from the side, his hardened fists striking at Uraraka, but Ida intercepted with a high-speed kick that deflected the attack. Kaminari fired electricity across the plaza, the bolts arcing toward Izuku. Nue. The electric owl manifested, its own electricity absorbing Kaminari's attack and redirecting it back. Kaminari had to dodge his own quirk, breaking his offensive rhythm. Bakugo and Divine Dog, totality clashed in the center. Explosion against cursed energy enhanced strength. They were evenly matched, each exchange creating shockwaves, but Bakugo was burning through his sweat reserves while the shikigami drew from Izuku's vast energy pool. You've improved since middle school, Izuku observed, watching the fight analytically. Your explosion timing is more precise, and you're using smaller controlled bursts to conserve power. Shut up and fight me yourself, Bakugo demanded. Why? Totality is an extension of my power. Fighting it is fighting me. Another explosion, this one larger, drove Totality back several meters. Bakugo was breathing harder now, sweat dripping, his palms smoking from repeated quirk use. Katsuki, Izuku said, his voice cutting through the combat noise, you're going to exhaust yourself fighting a creature that doesn't fatigue. Your team has no flag to defend and can't capture ours. You're wasting energy and time you get against weaker opponents to accumulate individual points. Bakugo's jaw clenched. He hated when Izuku was right. This isn't over, Izuku. It never is with you. Bakugo blasted away, his team following, leaving Izuku's flag uncaptured. He just left? Uraraka blinked in confusion. After all that? He realized the tactical situation, Ida explained. Fighting us doesn't advance his position in the competition. Izuku unsummoned Totality, the massive wolf dissolving back into shadow. 2 teams eliminated. We should aggressively pursue more captures while other teams are still fighting amongst themselves. The next 15 minutes were systematic domination. Izuku's team moved through zones like a surgical strike force. Ida scouted ahead. Uraraka created environmental chaos. Izuku's shikigami overwhelmed defenders who couldn't adapt to fighting multiple opponents simultaneously. They captured 4 more flags, defended their own 3 times, and accumulated enough individual points that all 3 were guaranteed to advance regardless of final team standings. When the timer ended, they stood in their plaza, 5 captured flags surrounding their own, undefeated. Time! Midnight's voice rang out. Let's see the final standings. The holographic display showed individual scores. Izuku stood at the top with a significant lead. Todoroki was second, having played a similar strategy of aggressive flag capture. Bakugo was third, his raw combat ability earning points despite not securing many flags. Ida was fourth, and Uraraka was 7th. Our top 16. Midnight announced the names. These students will compete in the tournament bracket. 1 hour break, then we begin the finals. The crowd roared. Izuku walked to the rest area, his shadow trailing behind him, aware that every camera in the stadium was tracking his movement. Pro heroes were watching, analyzing, deciding whether he'd make a good intern or sidekick. He'd make sure they saw something worth remembering. In the break room, students recovered and prepared. Medical staff checked for injuries. Some students were already celebrating making it this far. Izuku sat alone, reviewing mental notes on each of his potential opponents. Todoroki's dual quirk gave him incredible versatility. Bakugo's raw power was formidable. Ida's speed required careful timing to counter. Tokoyami's shadow quirk might interact unpredictably with his own. Midoriya. He looked up to find Todoroki standing there, his expression serious. "We're going to fight in this tournament," Todoroki stated. "When we do, I want you to know something." "What?" "I'm going to beat you using only my ice. No fire. I refuse to use my father's power." Izuku's analytical mind immediately flagged this as a tactical weakness being volunteered for psychological reasons. Your fire is part of your quirk. Limiting yourself intentionally is illogical. It's not about logic. It's about proving I can win without becoming like him. Your father is Endeavor, the number 2 hero. Izuku had deduced this from Todoroki's distinctive quirk combination and appearance. You're letting family issues compromise your combat effectiveness. Todoroki's expression hardened. You wouldn't understand. You approach everything like a tactical problem, because that's what it is. You're choosing to fight at half strength because of emotional trauma. That's not strategy. It's self-sabotage. Maybe, but it's my choice. Then you'll lose to someone who doesn't handicap themselves. Todoroki walked away, his shoulders tense. Izuku returned to his mental preparation. Todoroki's psychological weakness was valuable information, even if it was sad to see someone deliberately limiting their potential for emotional reasons. The hour passed quickly. All right! Present Mike's voice exploded across the stadium. Time for the main event! The tournament bracket! The holographic display showed the matchups. Izuku scanned them quickly, noting his path through the bracket. First round, Izuku Midoriya versus Hitoshi Shinso. Second round, if victorious, winner would face victor of Denki Kaminari versus Ibara Shiozaki semifinal if victorious, likely Todoroki Shadow final if victorious, probably Bakugo Katsuki. Our first match, Midnight announced. Midoriya Izuku versus Shinso Hitoshi, competitors to the arena. Izuku walked onto the massive concrete platform that served as the fighting stage. Across from him, Shinso stood with an expression of determined resignation. Shinso was from Class 1C, General Studies. His quirk wasn't flashy or obviously heroic, which was why he hadn't made it into the hero course. I don't expect to win, Shinso said as they faced each other, but I'm going to try anyway. Izuku said nothing. He'd researched every potential opponent, and Shinso's quirk was particularly dangerous. Brainwashing. If Izuku responded verbally to something Shinso said, he'd fall under control. The counter was simple. Don't talk. Begin. Midnight's whip cracked. Shinso immediately started talking. You're that guy who beat the Nomu, right? Must be nice, having such a powerful quirk. Some of us aren't that lucky. Izuku remained silent, his shadow expanding beneath him. What, not going to respond? That's pretty rude. I'm just trying to have a conversation. Divine dogs. The words were a summon command, not a response to Shinso. The white and black wolves emerged from Izuku's shadow, flanking him. Shinso's expression tightened. He'd hoped to provoke a response, but Izuku's refusal to engage verbally eliminated his quirk's activation condition. The divine dogs advanced slowly, giving Shinso a chance to surrender. He didn't take it. I know I'm going to lose, Shinso continued talking even as he backed toward the arena edge. But I wanted to at least show that general studies students can compete, that we're not just... The white divine dog lunged, not attacking but herding Shinso backward. The black one circled around, cutting off escape routes. Shinso had no combat quirk, no way to defend against the shikigami. Within seconds, he was back to the very edge of the platform. One more step, and he'd be out of bounds. Surrender, Izuku finally spoke. You fought well, but the match is decided. It wasn't brainwashing Trigger, because it wasn't a response to Shinso's words. It was Izuku initiating a new statement. Shinso looked at the divine dogs, at his position on the platform's edge, at Izuku's calm expression. Yeah, he said quietly. I surrender. Winner, Midoriya Izuku. The crowd's reaction was mixed, impressed by the efficiency, but somewhat disappointed in how anticlimactic it was. As Shinso walked off the platform, Izuku dismissed his shikigami. The match had taken less than 40 seconds. The remaining first-round matches were more dramatic. Todoroki froze his opponent solid. Bakugo blasted his way to victory with overwhelming force. Ida used speed to wring out his competitor. Tokoyami's Shadow Beast dominated its matchup. Second round began. Izuku faced Shiozaki, a girl with vine-like hair that she could control with impressive precision. She approached the match like a puzzle, trying to ensnare and immobilize him from range. It didn't work. Rabbit escape. Hundreds of white rabbits flooded the arena, and her vines couldn't target all of them simultaneously. While she was overwhelmed by the sheer numbers, Izuku emerged from her own shadow behind her and gently pushed her out of bounds. Another victory in under a minute. The semi-final matchups were announced. Match 1, Izuku Midoriya versus Todoroki Shoto. Match 2, Bakugo Katsuki versus Tokoyami Fumikage. The crowd erupted in excitement. These were the matches they'd been waiting for. Izuku stood across from Todoroki, the stadium silent with anticipation. I meant what I said, Todoroki stated. No fire. I'll beat you with ice alone. You're handicapping yourself against an opponent who won't. I don't care. Begin. Todoroki immediately created a massive ice wave, the attack that had defeated every previous opponent instantly. The glacier rushed toward Izuku, ready to freeze him solid. Round deer. The shikigami emerged, a magnificent stag with antlers that glowed with positive energy. The moment it manifested, its reverse curse technique activated, flooding the area with healing power. The ice wave met the positive energy and simply melted. Steam hissed as tons of ice turned to water, the reverse curse technique neutralizing Todoroki's attack completely. Todoroki's eyes widened in shock. What? Round deer channels positive energy that heals and purifies, Izuku explained. It directly counters negative effects, including your ice. Todoroki tried again, creating ice pillars to attack from different angles, but each one melted the moment it entered Round Deer's range. His signature move, the attack that had carried him through every match, was completely useless. Use your fire, Izuku said. No, then you can't win. Round Deer neutralizes your ice. You have no other offense. The match is decided. Todoroki's frustration was visible. He created more ice, larger constructs, faster attacks, but the positive energy melted all of it. You're better than this, Todoroki. Izuku's voice cut through the sound of melting ice. Stop fighting yourself and fight me. I don't need his power. It's not his power, it's yours. Izuku dismissed Round Deer and summoned Divine Dog Totality. Your quirk is yours. It doesn't matter who your father is or what he did. You're choosing to be weak because you're afraid of being like him. The massive wolf charged, and Todoroki created an ice wall in desperation. Totality smashed through it like paper. If you won't use your full strength, then you're not a worthy opponent. Totality's claws raked across Todoroki's ice armor, cracking it. The boy stumbled back, his left side beginning to frost over. From overusing his ice without his fire to regulate his body temperature, he was losing badly, and everyone could see it. In the stands, and a man with fire for facial hair stood up, his voice booming across the stadium. Shout, oh, use your fire! Stop embarrassing me! Endeavor's shout seemed to crystallize something in Todoroki. His expression shifted from frustrated to absolutely furious. You want me to use my fire? Todoroki's left side erupted in flames. Fine! The temperature in the stadium spiked. Fire and ice combined, creating a massive blast of thermal energy that forced even Totality to retreat. Todoroki stood in the center of the platform, flames dancing across his left side. ice crystallizing on his right, his dual nature finally in harmony. "Now you're ready," Izuku said, dismissing totality and letting his shadow expand across the entire platform. "Let's fight for real." What followed was the most spectacular match of the tournament. Todoroki created ice walls, then melted them with fire to create steam cover. He used thermal expansion to create pressure waves. He combined both elements in devastating hybrid attacks. Izuku countered with multiple shikigami. Nu flew through the steam, its electricity tracking Todoroki's body heat. Divine Dogs attacked from blind spots, their coordination perfect. Max Elephant emerged briefly to blast water and disrupt the thermal attacks. Round Deer healed the damage Izuku took from environmental effects. They fought across the entire platform, neither giving ground, both adapting to every new strategy the other deployed. "You're incredible," Todoroki shouted through the chaos. "No wonder you ranked first. You're finally fighting at your full potential," Izuku replied. "This is what a real match should be." The crowd was on its feet, roaring with every exchange. But Izuku had one advantage. His energy reserves were deeper. He'd been training for 11 years to expand his cursed energy capacity. Todoroki, for all his power, had limits. Those limits were approaching. Todoroki's movements were slowing. His flames weren't as hot. His ice wasn't as thick. He was exhausting himself maintaining dual-element attacks. Izuku saw the opening. Gamma. The massive toad emerged beneath Todoroki, its tongue wrapping around him before he could react. The binding was gentle but inescapable. "It's over, Todoroki." The boy struggled, trying to melt the tongue with fire, freeze it with ice, but he didn't have the energy left for either at sufficient strength. I can still. You fought amazingly, but you're done." Midnight raised her whip, ready to call it. "I surrender," Todoroki shouted, and the word echoed across the now silent stadium. "Winner! Midoriya Izuku." The crowd exploded in cheers so loud they shook the stadium foundations. Izuku dismissed Gamma and walked over to Todoroki, offering his hand. The boy took it, allowing Izuku to help him up. "Thank you," Todoroki said quietly, "for making me use my full power. Thank you for the good fight." As they walked off the platform, Izuku noticed Endeavor storming toward the exit, his expression furious. Todoroki saw his father too, and his jaw clenched. "He's angry because I didn't win using his method," Todoroki muttered. "Then he's a fool. You fought brilliantly." The second semifinal was Bakugo versus Tokoyami. It was over quickly. Bakugo's explosion-based light overwhelmed Tokoyami's Shadow Beast, and the blonde advanced to the finals with characteristic aggressive efficiency, which meant the final match was exactly what everyone expected. Izuku Midoriya versus Bakugo Katsuki. Childhood acquaintances, rival students, the analytical prodigy versus the explosive powerhouse. They stood across from each other on the platform, the stadium holding its collective breath. Finally, Bakugo's grin was feral. "No robots, no teammates, just you and me, Izuku. You've wanted this match since we were 5 years old, and I'm gonna win it. I'm gonna prove I'm stronger than your shadow monsters." "Are you though?" Izuku tilted his head slightly. "You've been improving, Katsuki. Your control is better, your strategy is more refined, but are you truly stronger or just more determined?" "Shut up and fight me. Begin." Bakugo exploded forward, literally, his palms blasting him across the platform at incredible speed. His first attack was a massive right hook enhanced with an explosion. Izuku didn't summon a shikigami. Instead, he dropped low, the explosion passing over his head, and swept Bakugo's legs. The blonde crashed down, rolling immediately to avoid a follow-up, his palms sparking. "You're fighting me directly?" Bakugo looked almost insulted. "No shadow creatures? You said you wanted to fight me, not them." Another explosion launched, this time with a left hook. Izuku sidestepped, noting Bakugo's improved fighting technique. The left was a fake, the real attack was a knee strike from below. Izuku blocked with his forearm, the impact strong enough to bruise, and countered with a palm strike to Bakugo's solar plexus. The blonde wheezed, backing off. "You learned hand-to-hand combat," Bakugo realized. Of course, relying solely on quirks is a weakness. They circled each other, and then Bakugo changed tactics. Instead of charging in, he started using his explosions to create a perimeter, blasting the platform around Izuku to limit his movement options. Smart. Bakugo was adapting. Izuku's shadow rippled, and divine dogs emerged, but Bakugo was ready. He blasted them with concentrated explosions that destabilized their forms, forcing them to retreat. "I studied your fights," Bakugo shouted. "I know your shadow creatures need time to manifest. If I keep the pressure on, you can't summon." He was right. Continuous assault prevented the focus required for summoning larger shikigami, but Izuku had trained for this. Rabbit escape. Hundreds of rabbits flooded the platform, and Bakugo blasted them indiscriminately, his explosions scattering white forms in all directions. But while he was distracted, Izuku emerged from Bakugo's own shadow behind him, a cursed energy-enhanced strike aimed at the pressure point in his shoulder. Bakugo somehow sensed it, twisting mid-blast to avoid the hit, but Izuku's strike still glanced his shoulder, numbing his right arm temporarily. Fighting in shadows now? Bakugo switched to his left hand. Explosions, not as strong, but still dangerous. Fine. I'll just blast every shadow on this platform. And he tried, creating a massive explosion that illuminated the entire arena, burning away shadows through sheer light intensity. Izuku stood in the center, fully visible, no shadows to manipulate. Bakugo grinned. "No shadows, no monsters. Let's see what you've got." The light faded, shadows returning, but Bakugo immediately created another flashbang explosion, maintaining the light. He was sustaining it, burning through his sweat reserves at an incredible rate, but keeping Izuku unable to use shadow-based techniques. "You're clever, Katsuki, but unsustainable. You'll exhaust yourself maintaining that light." "I only need 2 minutes." Bakugo launched forward, explosion-propelled strikes coming faster than before. 2 minutes to knock you out. They fought in pure hand-to-hand combat. Izuku's technique versus Bakugo's raw aggression enhanced with strategic explosion placement. Every exchange was brutal, efficient, neither giving quarter. Bakugo's right arm recovered, and he switched to dual-hand attacks, explosions coming from both palms in a devastating combination assault. Izuku took hits, his body bruising, but he remained calm, analytical, waiting for the opening. There, Bakugo's sweat was running low, his explosions were getting smaller, the light was fading, shadows crept back across the platform. 90 seconds, Izuku noted. "You lasted longer than I calculated." "Shut up!" Bakugo launched his largest explosion yet, a desperate all-or-nothing blast aimed directly at Izuku's center mass. Max Elephant. The massive elephant manifested between them, its bulk absorbing the explosion completely. Bakugo's attack, powerful enough to crater concrete, didn't even make the shikigami flinch. Then the elephant's trunk contracted and water erupted with hyper-pressurized force. Bakugo tried to dodge, but he'd used too much energy on that last explosion. The water cannon caught him full force, blasting him backward across the platform. He hit the edge, teetered for a moment, and fell over the boundary line. Bakugo Katsuki is out of bounds. Winner, Midoriya Izuku. The stadium exploded in noise, but Izuku was already moving, dismissing Max Elephant and running to the platform edge where Bakugo lay on his back, soaked and exhausted. "Can you stand?" Bakugo stared up at the sky for a long moment. "I lost." "You fought well, better than at the entrance exam." "Not well enough." Bakugo's hands clenched into fists. "I'm still behind you." "For now." Bakugo looked at him sharply. "For now?" "You're improving faster than I expected. Your tactical thinking is developing. Your quirk control is refining. Give it time, Katsuki. You'll catch up eventually." Eventually isn't good enough, but Bakugo took Izuku's offered hand and stood. "Next time, I'm winning. I look forward to it." They walked back onto the platform where Midnight was preparing the award ceremony. "Your winner!" Present Mike's voice boomed. "Izuku Midoriya, the student who dominated every match, the Shadow Master, the festival champion." All Might appeared to present the medals, his smile bright despite something in his eyes that suggested pain. He placed the gold medal around Izuku's neck. "Congratulations, young Midoriya. A spectacular performance." "Thank you, All Might." The crowd roared. Cameras flashed, and Izuku stood at the top of the podium, his shadow stretching long behind him even in the stadium lights. He'd won the sports festival. He'd demonstrated his capabilities to the entire nation. Pro heroes would be sending internship offers within hours. But as he looked out at the crowd, at his classmates, at the cameras broadcasting his image across Japan, Izuku felt something unexpected. Not pride, which would have been logical. Not satisfaction, which would have been reasonable. But a strange hollowness, like winning wasn't actually the point of any of this. He dismissed the feeling as irrational and focused on the present moment. The sports festival was over. The next stage of his hero training would begin soon. And somewhere in Japan, villains had just watched a 15-year-old boy dominate the country's premier hero competition with overwhelming tactical superiority. They would remember, and they would prepare, as would he. 2 days after the sports festival, internship offers flooded UA servers. Students gathered in their classroom to review their options, excitement and nervousness filling the air. I got 3 offers. Uraraka bounced in her seat. 3 pro heroes want me. I received 5, Ida said with characteristic formality, including one from my brother's agency. Bakugo slammed his list on his desk. 41, beat that extras. Wow, Bakugo, Kirishima leaned over. That's amazing. Aizawa stood at the front of the classroom looking tired as always. Some of you received many offers, some received few. This doesn't determine your worth, it just means different heroes see different potential in different students. He pulled up a holographic display showing the offer counts. Midoriya Izuku, 2,847 offers. Todoroki, 1,123 offers. Bakugo Katsuki, 41 offers. Absolute, 2,000. Uraraka's voice was faint. That's more than most pro heroes get in their entire careers, Ida added, shocked. Bakugo stared at the numbers, his jaw clenched so tight it looked painful. Izuku reviewed his list with analytical detachment. Agencies from across Japan, including several from the top 10 heroes. Some offers were clearly attempts to recruit early for future sidekick positions. Others seemed genuinely interested in training. One offer stood out. Edge Shot, the number 5 hero, known for tactical precision and efficiency. His message was brief. I see potential for refinement in your technique. 1-week internship focused on combat optimization. Interested? Direct. Logical. No flattery or manipulation. Izuku selected it. Aizawa continued with instructions about the internship program, but Izuku was already mentally preparing for a week of intensive training with a top hero. After class, Todoroki approached him. You're going with Edge Shot? Yes, his tactical approach aligns with my training philosophy. My father sent me an offer. Demanded, really. Todoroki's expression was complicated. After the festival, he wants to fix my technique. Are you accepting? No, I'm going with someone else. Someone who will train me, not try to turn me into his clone. Logical decision. They stood in the hallway, other students flowing around them, until Todoroki spoke again. Thank you. For the festival match, I've been holding back my fire for so long, afraid of becoming like him. But you were right. It's my power, not his. You would have realized that eventually. Maybe. But you forced me to confront it directly. Todoroki's mismatched eyes were serious. I'm going to become stronger. Strong enough that next time we fight, you'll need more than round deer to counter my ice. I look forward to it. The week before internships began was normal classes and training. Izuku maintained his routine, academics in the morning, hero training in the afternoon, personal training after school. But something had changed since the sports festival. His classmates approached him more often now. Not exactly friendly, but less afraid. They'd seen him fight not with overwhelming brutality, but with controlled precision. They'd watched him help Todoroki overcome his psychological barrier. They'd observed him treat Bakugo with respect, despite winning. Midoriya, Uraraka waved during lunch. Come sit with us. He considered declining. Eating alone was more efficient for mental review, but remembered Nezu's assignment. Make a friend. He joined their table. Uraraka, Ida, Todoroki, Tsuyu, and a nervous-looking Midoriya who seemed surprised he'd actually come over. We were discussing internships, Ida explained, comparing training philosophies of different agencies. Ribbit, I'm going with a water rescue hero, Tsuyu added. My quirk is suited for aquatic environments. The conversation flowed naturally, and Izuku found himself not exactly enjoying it, but not finding it as inefficient as expected. The social interaction provided different perspective on their classmates' tactical thinking. You're going with Edge Shot, right? Todoroki asked. Correct. He's super precise. Uraraka leaned forward. I saw videos of his fights. He can flatten his body to paper thin and slide through tiny gaps. It's so cool. The tactical applications are significant, Izuku agreed. His ability to infiltrate and strike from unexpected angles aligns with shadow-based surprise attacks. You really do analyze everything, Tsuyu observed, her large eyes blinking. Even conversation topics become tactical discussions. Is that problematic? No. Ribbit. Just interesting. You approach friendship the same way you approach combat. Was she right? Izuku considered his interactions over the past weeks. He'd calculated optimal responses, measured emotional impacts, strategized relationship building. I don't know another way to approach it, he admitted. That's sad, Uraraka said, but her tone wasn't judgmental, but also kind of impressive. You're honest about how your brain works. The lunch period ended and they returned to class, but something subtle had shifted. Izuku had participated in a social activity without explicit tactical purpose, and the world hadn't ended. Perhaps Nezu's assignment had some merit after all. The internship began on a Monday morning in Edgeshot's agency, located in Tokyo's Eastern District. The building was modest, efficient, no wasted space or resources. Edgeshot himself was exactly as Izuku expected. Calm, professional, his ninja-like costume practical rather than flashy. Midoriya Izuku, the hero, greeted him. Your performance at the sports festival was impressive. Multiple shikigami, tactical deployment, energy management. You fight like someone with years of experience. I've trained since my quirk manifested at age 4. 11 years of dedicated practice. That explains the refinement. Edgeshot gestured for Izuku to follow. This week, we'll focus on 3 areas: combat efficiency, energy conservation, and tactical adaptation. You're already strong, but strength without efficiency is waste. They entered a training room, and Edgeshot immediately activated his quirk, his body flattening and elongating into a paper-thin form that slipped through a ventilation grate and emerged behind Izuku. First lesson, speed of deployment. You summon your shikigami efficiently, but there's still a visible delay between decision and manifestation. In real combat against high-speed opponents, that delay is exploitable. Over the next hours, they drilled summoning speed. Edgeshot would attack from random angles, and Izuku had to summon the appropriate shikigami fast enough to counter. It was brutal training. Edgeshot's speed was incredible, his attacks coming from impossible angles, and Izuku's normal summoning rhythm wasn't fast enough. Again, faster. Divine Dogs. Edgeshot's strike hit Izuku's shoulder before the dogs could fully manifest. The thought is slowing you down. Your shikigami are extensions of your cursed energy. They should emerge as naturally as breathing. They trained until Izuku could manifest Divine Dogs in under a second from decision to full materialization. Day 2 focused on energy conservation. Edgeshot had Izuku maintain multiple shikigami simultaneously while performing other tasks, running obstacle courses, solving tactical problems, engaging in combat drills. Your energy reserves are vast, Edgeshot noted, but no reservoir is infinite. Learn to maintain power with minimal draw. By the end of the day, Izuku could maintain 3 shikigami at reduced power levels while still performing at near full capability in combat. Day 3 was tactical adaptation. Edgeshot brought in other heroes from his agency, speed users, ranged attackers, defense specialists, and had Izuku fight them all simultaneously. Real villain attacks won't be one-on-one fair fights. You'll face multiple opponents with different quirks, all coordinating against you. Adapt or lose. Izuku learned to prioritize targets, manage multiple threats, and adjust strategy mid-combat when initial plans failed. On day 4, everything changed. They were patrolling Hosu City, a routine exercise where Izuku would observe Edgeshot's hero work and learn from professional experience. Then Izuku's Divine Dogs, maintained at minimal power for tracking, suddenly alerted him to something wrong. Their enhanced senses detected blood, violence, and something that felt fundamentally threatening. Edgeshot. Izuku's voice was sharp. 3 blocks east. Multiple casualties. The hero didn't question how Izuku knew. He simply moved, his body flattening and sliding across building walls at incredible speed. Izuku followed via shadows, emerging from darkened alleyways to keep pace. They found a scene of carnage. A pro-hero named Native lay bleeding in an alley, his back slashed open. Standing over him was a man in dark clothing, blades strapped to his body, his face wrapped to conceal his features, and pinned to the alley wall by blades through his armor, unable to move, was Ida Tenya. Ida, Izuku's analytical calm cracked for a moment at seeing his classmate in danger. The blade-covered man turned, his eyes visible through his mask. More heroes? Good. You can all witness true hero ideology before our eye. He stopped, his gaze locking onto Izuku. You, the sports festival winner, the boy with shadows. His voice carried fanatical intensity. I watched your fights. You have power, but do you have conviction? Do you understand what it means to be a true hero? Edgeshot, Izuku said quietly. This is Stain, the hero killer. Edgeshot tensed, his body already shifting for combat. Get Ida and Native to safety. I'll handle. Stain moved. One moment he was standing still. The next, his blade was slashing toward Edgeshot's throat with killing intent. Edgeshot dodged, his paper-thin form sliding around the attack, but Stain had already predicted the movement. His second blade was there, cutting a thin line across the hero's arm. Blood welled, and Stain's tongue lashed out, tasting it. Edgeshot collapsed, paralyzed by Stain's blood-cursed quirk. One down, Stain said calmly. You're next, Shadow Boy. Show me if your power means you're a real hero or just another false idol. Izuku's mind raced through tactical calculations. Stain's quirk paralyzed through blood ingestion. Speed was inhuman, likely a strength enhancement quirk. Combat experience was extensive. Every movement was efficient, brutal, purposeful. Fighting this man directly would be extremely dangerous, so Izuku wouldn't fight directly. Divine dogs. Both wolves emerged, and Stain immediately threw knives at them. The blades passed through the shikigami harmlessly. They were cursed energy constructs, not flesh. The dogs attacked from both sides, forcing Stain to dodge, and in that moment of distraction, Izuku pulled Ida free from the wall, using shadows to yank the blades out. Can you move? My legs are paralyzed, Ida gasped. He cut me, licked the blood. Understood. Stay down. Stain was already pressing the attack, moving between the divine dogs with practiced efficiency. Every slash targeted vital points: throat, heart, major arteries. He was trying to draw blood, not just wound. Izuku maintained distance, using divine dogs as interceptors while analyzing Stain's patterns. Great serpent. The massive snake burst from the alley floor beneath Stain, its coils wrapping around him, but the hero killer was too fast. He slashed the serpent's body, which wasn't real flesh so the blade did no damage, and used the momentum to flip over its coils. His counterattack was a thrown blade at Izuku's shoulder. Izuku caught it in his shadow, the darkness solidifying just enough to stop the knife's momentum. Interesting quirk, Stain acknowledged, landing in a crouch. Solid shadows, manifestation of creatures, but quirks don't make heroes. Conviction does. Tell me, boy, why do you fight? To protect people who cannot protect themselves. Generic answer? Memorized from hero classes? Stain's blades gleamed in the alley's dim light. Let me test your resolve. Can you protect your friend while fighting me? He threw 3 blades, 1 at Izuku, 2 at the paralyzed Ida. Izuku's shadow expanded, catching the blade aimed at him, while divine dogs intercepted the ones targeting Ida. But Stain had used the distraction to close distance, his sword slashing at Izuku's arm. Izuku dodged, barely, the blade cutting through his costume sleeve, but not reaching skin. Too close. Stain's speed and melee range was overwhelming. Nu. The electric owl materialized above, its wings crackling with electricity. It dove at Stain, forcing him to break his attack rhythm to dodge the lightning. But Stain adapted instantly. He threw a knife that disrupted Nue's flight path, then used a wall to launch himself higher, his blade slashing at the shikigami's wing. The cursed energy construct destabilized temporarily, and Stain landed between Izuku and the paralyzed heroes. You rely too much on your creatures, Stain observed. What happens when I'm too fast for them to intercept? He proved his point by blitzing toward Native, blade aimed at the unconscious hero's throat. Izuku had a fraction of a second to decide. Standard shikigami weren't fast enough. Stain would kill Native before they could intercept. He needed something different. His shadow pulsed, and Izuku made a choice that would change everything. Divine Dog, Totality. The merged wolf, black and white swirled together, manifested directly between Stain and Native. It was faster than the individual dogs, stronger, more dangerous. Stain's blade struck Totality's shoulder, and for the first time, the shikigami bled. Cursed energy manifested with enough density to have physical properties. Stain's eyes widened behind his mask. Your creatures can bleed? He tried to lick the cursed blood, and his entire body convulsed. The energy was wrong, fundamentally incompatible with human biology. Stain stumbled back, and his paralysis quirk backfired, his own muscles locking up for a moment. Totality lunged, its jaws clamping around Stain's sword arm. The hero killer roared, dropping his primary blade and stabbed at the wolf with a knife in his offhand. Izuku was already moving. He pulled the metal pole from his shadow, his backup weapon from the entrance exam, and enhanced it with cursed energy. Stain saw the attack coming, somehow freed his arm from Totality's jaws with a brutal twist that should have dislocated his shoulder, and parried Izuku's strike. They clashed in close combat, cursed energy weapon against mundane blades, and Izuku realized something terrifying. Stain was winning. Every exchange, the hero killer was adapting, learning Izuku's rhythm, finding openings. His experience was overwhelming, his instincts honed by dozens of kills. "You're skilled," Stain admitted, pressing the attack. "More than most heroes I've faced, but skill isn't enough. Do you have the will to kill? Because I do." His blade slashed past Izuku's defense, cutting a line across his forearm. Blood welled, and Stain's tongue lashed out. The blood touched his tongue, and Izuku's world went dark. Paralysis. His body locked up, muscles refusing to respond. He couldn't move, couldn't dodge, couldn't even speak. Stain stood over him, blade raised for the killing blow. "You fought well, better than most, but you're still not a true hero. True heroes have conviction that transcends their quirks. You're just a talented child playing at heroism." The blade descended, and something inside Izuku's shadow woke up. A sound echoed through the alley, deep and resonant like a temple bell. Time seemed to slow. Stain's blade froze mid-swing, the hero killer's eyes widening as he felt something fundamentally wrong. Above Izuku's head, a golden wheel manifested, glowing with cursed energy so dense it was visible to the naked eye. The wheel clicked once, the sound of adaptation, of evolution, of a power that could not be stopped. Izuku's paralysis broke. His body moved smoothly, standing up as if he'd never been affected. The cursed energy flooding his system had analyzed Stain's quirk, understood it, and adapted to neutralize it. "Impossible," Stain breathed. "My quirk should have you paralyzed for 5 minutes." It did. Izuku's voice was quiet, but it carried a weight that made even Stain step back. "But I don't fight alone, and what lies in my shadow doesn't play by normal rules." The darkness beneath him expanded, deeper and darker than any shadow should be. The temperature dropped, the air pressure changed. Reality itself seemed to warp at the edges. "You wanted to see conviction?" Izuku's eyes, when he met Stain's gaze, held something that made the hero killer, the man who had killed dozens of pro-heroes, feel genuine fear for the first time in years. "Let me show you what I keep in my shadow." The wheel above his head clicked again. Clang. With this treasure, Izuku began the summoning chant, his voice resonant with power. "I summon." The alley's walls began to crack. The ground split open. Buildings around them groaned as if a massive weight was pressing down on reality itself. Stain tried to run, his instincts screaming danger. The shadow wouldn't let him. It had expanded to cover the entire alley, tendrils of darkness wrapping around Stain's legs, holding him in place. 8-handled sword, divergent Sila Divine General Mahoraga. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the shadow exploded. Something began to emerge. Not fully, Izuku didn't have the energy to manifest Mahoraga completely, not after the extended fight, but enough. An arm, massive, white, wrapped in dark cloth, holding a blade that hummed with power that transcended normal, cursed energy. The sword of extermination. Stain looked up at the arm, emerging from the impossible shadow, his face pale. What are you?" "I'm someone who keeps a god in his shadow," Izuku replied, his voice calm despite the earth-shaking power radiating from the partial summon. "Remember that." The arm moved, not fast. Mahoraga didn't need speed when wielding absolute power. It swung once. The shockwave was apocalyptic. The slash didn't even need to hit Stain directly. The pressure wave alone sent the hero killer flying backward, his body slamming into a concrete wall, hard enough to crack it. Buildings around the alley cracked and crumbled. Windows shattered for an entire city block. Cars parked nearby were thrown into the air by the sheer force of displaced atmosphere. The destruction was catastrophic. When the dust settled, Stain lay unconscious in the rubble, his body broken but alive. Izuku had controlled Mahoraga's power enough to incapacitate rather than kill, but only barely. Edgeshot, his paralysis wearing off, stared at the devastation with shock. "Midoriya, what did you just do?" "I defended myself and my allies." Izuku unsummoned Mahoraga's arm, the massive limb dissolving back into shadow, and immediately collapsed to one knee. The energy cost of even a partial summon was immense. Ida, his paralysis also fading, struggled to his feet and stumbled toward Izuku. What are you, Midoriya? That power. I'm a UA student trying to become a hero. Izuku stood up, his legs shaking from exhaustion. And I just saved your life. You're welcome. The sound of sirens filled the air. Pro-heroes were converging on the location, drawn by reports of the massive destruction. Endeavor arrived first, flames blazing, his expression furious until he saw the scene. Stain defeated, 3 heroes down but alive, and a single student standing in the center of a disaster zone. Who did this? Endeavor demanded. Edgeshot, recovering his composure, stepped forward. The hero killer attacked. Midoriya defended us and neutralized the threat. By destroying half a city block? By using the minimum force required to stop a serial killer, Izuku corrected, his analytical calm returning despite his exhaustion. Stain has murdered 17 pro-heroes. Standard attacks wouldn't have been sufficient. Endeavor looked at the unconscious hero killer, at the destruction surrounding them, at the teenager who had somehow accomplished what numerous pro-heroes had failed to do. You're the kid from the sports festival. Todoroki's classmate. Correct. You're also extremely dangerous. Only to those who threaten innocent people. More heroes arrived. Police secured Stain. Medical personnel rushed to treat natives' injuries. The area was cordoned off while structural engineers assessed the building damage. Through it all, Izuku stood calm, answering questions with efficient precision, his shadow pooling normally beneath him, as if it hadn't just birthed a god minutes earlier. News cameras arrived and the footage began broadcasting nationally. Hero killer Stain defeated by UA first-year student. Mysterious destruction in Hosu. Hero or threat? The shadow that broke a city block. Who is Midoriya Izuku? In his apartment that night, Izuku sat on his balcony, looking out at Tokyo's lights. His body ached from the Maharaga summon's energy cost. His mind replayed the fight, analyzing what he could have done better. His phone rang. His mother. Izuku, I saw the news. I'm fine, Mom. No serious injuries. You fought the hero killer. You destroyed buildings. The news is saying you're dangerous. The news says many things. I did what was necessary to protect people. But Izuku, her voice broke slightly. That power you used, what was that? He was quiet for a moment. My trump card. The technique I've been training to control since I was 10 years old. It looked like the end of the world. It wasn't. It was controlled, precise, and it saved lives. Promise me you'll be careful. Promise me you won't let that power consume you. I promise, Mom. After the call, he sat in silence, processing what had happened. He'd revealed Maharaga's existence. The ultimate shikigami, the divine general that adapted to any attack, wielded the sword of extermination, and represented the peak of the 10 Shadows technique. Every villain in Japan now knew he had that power. Every hero knew it too. His phone buzzed with messages. Uraraka, OMG, are you okay? We saw the news. Midoriya, I owe you my life. Thank you. I'm sorry I put you in danger. That power at the end, that's what you've been holding back. How much stronger are you than what you showed at the festival? You fought the hero killer and won. Next time we fight, you better not hold back like you did at the festival. Even All Might sent a message. Young Midoriya, your actions saved lives, but I'm concerned about the power you displayed. Please come see me when you return to UA. Izuku set his phone down and looked at his shadow, darker and deeper than any normal shadow should be. Inside that darkness, Maharaga waited. A god in chains, a weapon of last resort, a power that could save the world or end it. I'll control you, Izuku said to his shadow. I'll master every aspect of the 10 Shadows technique. I'll become strong enough that when villains see my shadow, they surrender rather than fight. The shadow writhed in response, neither agreeing nor disagreeing, just existing. The internship ended 2 days later. Edgeshot's final words to Izuku were brief. You have immense power and good tactical instincts. What you need now is wisdom to know when to use that power and when to show restraint. That comes with experience and age. Don't rush it. Izuku returned to UA to find his reputation had shifted completely. He wasn't just the talented first year anymore. He wasn't just the sports festival champion. He was the student who defeated Stain, the boy who summoned a god, the shadow that destroyed a city block to protect his allies. In Class 1A, students looked at him differently. Some with awe, others with fear, a few with concern. Only Todoroki approached him directly. "We need to talk." They went to an empty training room, and Todoroki activated his ice to ensure privacy. That power you used against Stain, that's not something you've shown before. Not at the entrance exam, not at the sports festival. You've been holding back. Yes. Why? Izuku considered the question. Because Maharaga is a weapon of last resort. Using it risks massive collateral damage. It's for situations where the alternative is death or catastrophic failure. And Stain qualified as that kind of threat? He was going to kill Ida and Native. Standard shikigami weren't fast enough. I made a calculated decision. Todoroki was quiet, his heterochromatic eyes studying Izuku. You really do see everything as calculations and tactics, don't you? Is there another way to see combat? Most people see it as emotional. They fight because they're angry or afraid or determined. You fight because the math says you should. Emotion clouds judgment. Math doesn't. That's not how humans work, Midoriya. Todoroki's voice was gentle, not accusing. We're not calculators. We feel things. And those feelings matter. Feelings don't stop villains. Power does. Power guided by feelings is what makes a hero instead of a weapon. Izuku didn't have a response to that. He'd never considered the distinction between being a hero and being a weapon. They trained together in silence for a while, Todoroki working on combining his ice and fire, Izuku practicing summoning speed with his shikigami. Finally, Todoroki spoke again. Thank you for saving Ida. He's my friend. I care about him, so thank you. You care about him because of emotional attachment. Yes, because we're friends, because he makes me laugh sometimes. Because when I'm struggling with family issues, he listens without judgment. Those aren't tactical reasons, they're human reasons. I see. Do you? Do you actually understand what I'm talking about, or are you just saying you do? Izuku was quiet. Did he understand friendship beyond its tactical utility? Did he care about his classmates as people, or just as allies in hero work? He thought about Uraraka's bright smile and how it sometimes made his analytical thoughts pause. About Ida's rigid formality that was somehow endearing, about Todoroki's gradual opening up after years of emotional isolation, about Bakugo's determination to surpass him, which had driven them both to improve for 11 years. I'm beginning to, he admitted finally. I don't fully understand it yet, but I'm learning. Todoroki smiled, a rare expression that transformed his usually stoic face. That's more honest than I expected. Thank you for that. The door to the training room opened, and Bakugo strode in, his eyes immediately locking onto Izuku. There you are. We're fighting. Now. We just fought at the sports festival 3 weeks ago. That was before you showed your real power. I want to fight you when you're actually trying. I was trying at the festival. Bullshit. You didn't use that god sword thing. You held back. Maharaga is for life or death situations, not training matches. Then make this a life or death situation. Bakugo's hands sparked with explosions. Because I'm not going to hold back, and I want to see how far I need to go to catch up to you. Todoroki stepped back, creating an ice wall between them. Take this outside. I don't want to repair training room damage. They moved to an outdoor training field, and word spread quickly. Within minutes, half of Class 1A had gathered to watch. Izuku and Bakugo faced each other in the center of the field, and for a moment, they were 10 years old again, meeting for the first time in elementary school. Izuku had been quirkless then. Bakugo had been the strong one, the one with power and potential. Now Izuku summoned creatures from shadows and kept a god in his darkness. And Bakugo had refined his explosions into an art form, his power and control better than most pro heroes. Divine dogs. Izuku summoned both wolves. That's it? Bakugo grinned. Just the dogs? For now. They charged. What followed was the most intense training match Class 1A had witnessed. Bakugo's explosions filled the field with smoke and noise, his attacks coming from unpredictable angles, always adapting. Divine dogs coordinated perfectly, attacking in patterns that forced Bakugo to defend and counter simultaneously. Izuku summoned Nue for aerial superiority. Bakugo used explosion-propelled flight to match. Great Serpent emerged from underground. Bakugo blasted the ground itself to collapse the serpent's tunnels. You've improved significantly, Izuku noted, dodging an explosion. Stop analyzing and fight! They fought for 20 minutes, neither giving ground, both pushing their limits. The watching students were silent, awed by the display of power and skill. Finally, exhausted, they called a draw. Bakugo, breathing hard, his palms smoking from overuse, looked at Izuku with something that might have been respect. "You're still ahead, but the gap's closing." "Yes," Izuku agreed, "it is." And for the first time since they were 5 years old, they smiled at each other, not with hostility or competition, but with acknowledgement. Two people walking the same path from different directions, making each other stronger through rivalry. The sun set on UA, casting long shadows across the training field. Izuku's shadow stretched behind him, darker and deeper than the others, carrying secrets and power that Japan was only beginning to understand. He was 15 years old, a first year at UA High School, the sports festival champion, the student who defeated Stained, and he was just getting started. Somewhere in the darkness, villains watched and planned. Heroes observed and worried. Society debated whether the shadow-wielding student was a blessing or a threat. Izuku didn't care about their debates. He had one purpose: become the greatest hero he could be, protect those who couldn't protect themselves, and master the power that lived in his shadow. Everything else was just noise. His phone buzzed with a message from his mother. "Dinner's ready. Don't stay out too late training," he replied. "On my way home." Because even someone who kept a god in their shadow still had a mother who worried about him missing dinner. And maybe, Izuku thought as he walked toward the sunset, that was what made him human instead of just a weapon. The power to destroy cities, combined with the desire to get home in time for dinner, it wasn't logical, it wasn't tactical, but somehow it felt right. The morning after Hosu, Japan woke to a new reality. Every news channel displayed the same footage on loop. A massive white arm emerging from impossible darkness, wielding a blade that hummed with power that transcended normal understanding, swinging once and destroying half a city block. The hero killer Stain, the man who had murdered 17 pro heroes, defeated by a 15-year-old UA student. The shadow that broke Hosu read one headline. Hero or weapon? The Midoriya question declared another. New symbol of peace or dangerous unknown? Questioned a third. Izuku sat in Principal Nezu's office, his shadow pooling normally beneath his chair, as if it hadn't birthed a divine general hours earlier. Across from him sat Nezu, Aizawa, and All Might in his deflated form, his sunken eyes studying Izuku with concern. "The Hero Public Safety Commission has questions," Nezu said, his paws folded on his desk. "Specifically about the nature of your quirk and the entity you summoned." "Mahoraga is a shikigami," Izuku replied calmly. "The 10th and most powerful of the 10 Shadows technique. I've been training to control it since I was 10 years old." "And you felt Hosu warranted its use?" "Stain was going to kill Ida and Native. My standard shikigami couldn't match his speed. The alternative was letting a serial killer claim 2 more victims. I made the tactically sound decision." All Might leaned forward. "Young Midoriya, I understand your reasoning, but that power, the destruction it caused, are you certain you can control it?" "I only summoned its arm, not the full manifestation. If I'd lost control, the entire district would have been destroyed, not just half a block. I maintained precise control throughout." Aizawa's expression was unreadable. "The Commission wants reassurances that you won't become a threat to public safety. Then they should focus on actual threats instead of the student who stopped one." Izuku's voice remained calm, but his shadow rippled slightly. "I saved lives. If they want to debate my methods, they should first explain why their pro-heroes failed to stop Stain for 2 years." Nezu's eyes gleamed with something that might have been approval. "A fair point. I'll convey your perspective to the Commission. However, I must ask, are there any other aspects of your quirk we should know about?" Izuku considered the question. "I have 10 shikigami total. You've seen most of them. Mahoraga is the last and strongest. Beyond that, I can manipulate shadows directly, store items in darkness, and under specific conditions, create a domain expansion." Domain expansion? A bounded territory where my cursed energy and shikigami are enhanced. I haven't needed to use it yet. "Yet," All Might repeated quietly. "Young Midoriya, you speak of these techniques as if preparing for war. Because villains are preparing for war. The League of Villains attacked USJ. Stain murdered heroes across Japan. All for One is still out there." Izuku met All Might's gaze steadily. Peace is maintained through strength. I'm becoming strong enough that villains will fear my shadow more than they desire chaos. The room was silent for a long moment. Finally, Nezu spoke. The commission has agreed to allow you to continue at UA under observation. However, any future use of Mahoraga must be reported immediately and justified thoroughly. Can you accept these terms? Yes. Then you're dismissed. Classes resume tomorrow. Izuku stood and left, his shadow trailing behind him like a cape. In the hallway, he found Todoroki and Ida waiting. Midoriya. Ida bowed deeply. I must apologize that my reckless pursuit of Stain put you in danger and forced you to reveal capabilities you clearly intended to keep secret. You were pursuing justice for your brother. I understand the motivation. Nevertheless, I owe you my life. Thank you. Todoroki studied Izuku's shadow with his mismatched eyes. That thing you summoned, Mahoraga, that's what you were holding back during the sports festival. Yes. How much stronger are you than what you showed? Strong enough. That's not an answer. It's the only answer that matters. Izuku started walking toward the exit. The sports festival was a competition. Hosu was survival. Different situations required different responses. He left them in the hallway, processing the implications. The next morning, Class 1A was chaos. Students surrounded Izuku's desk, questions flying faster than he could answer them. What was that creature? Can you really destroy city blocks? Are you secretly the strongest person in Japan? That was so manly. Aizawa's capture weapon silenced them instantly. Sit down, now. They scrambled to their seats. The Hosu incident is under investigation. Midoriya acted in licensed heroes and did what was necessary to protect lives. That's all you need to know. Aizawa's tired eyes swept the classroom. Now, moving on to more pressing matters. Final exams begin next week. Groans filled the room. The practical exam will test your ability to work under pressure against opponents stronger than yourselves. You'll be paired in teams of 2 and face off against UA faculty members in combat scenarios. We're fighting teachers? Kaminari looked terrified. Yes, and before you ask, Midoriya, you're fighting me, alone. The class went silent. Alone? Uraraka's voice was small, but everyone else gets partners. Everyone else didn't defeat the hero killer solo. Midoriya has demonstrated capabilities that require special assessment. Izuku nodded. Understood. The week before exams was intense preparation. Students trained obsessively, reviewing their quirks, applications, and weaknesses. Partnerships strategized together, trying to find combinations that might overcome their teacher opponents. Izuku trained alone. In the early morning hours before classes, he pushed his shikigami to their limits. How many could he maintain simultaneously? Could he merge forms mid-combat? What was his maximum shadow manipulation range? Divine Dogs. Nue, Gamma, Great Serpent. 4 shikigami manifested, and Izuku coordinated their movements like conducting an orchestra. The dogs flanked left and right. Nue flew overhead, Gamma positioned centrally. Great Serpent underground, ready to emerge. He held the formation for 3 minutes before his energy reserves forced him to dismiss them. Better. Last week, he could only maintain 3 for 2 minutes. You push yourself hard. Izuku turned to find All Might in his muscular form standing at the training ground entrance. Improvement requires pushing limits. True, but rest is equally important. Overtraining leads to exhaustion and mistakes. All Might walked closer, his massive frame somehow gentle. Young Midoriya, may I ask you something personal? Yes. Why do you fight? Not the tactical answer you gave Principal Nezu. The real reason. Izuku was quiet, considering the question honestly. When I was 4 and my quirk manifested, my mother cried. Not from joy, from fear. She saw shadows crawling across my bedroom walls and thought her son had become something dark. It took weeks for her to understand I wasn't corrupted or cursed. He summoned Divine Dog, the white wolf appearing beside him. I fight to prove that power isn't inherently good or evil. It's the wielder's choice that matters. My shadows can destroy, yes, but they can also protect. I choose protection. All Might smiled, genuine warmth in his expression. That's the answer of a true hero. Remember that conviction, young Midoriya, especially in the dark times ahead. Dark times? All for One is still out there. The League of Villains grows bolder. Society's faith in heroes was shaken by Stain's ideology spreading online. We're entering a period where symbols matter more than ever. All Might's smile faded slightly. I won't be the symbol of peace forever. My time is ending. The next generation needs to be ready to carry that burden. You're preparing me to be your successor. Not just you, young Bakugo, young Todoroki, your entire class, but yes, you especially. Your power could inspire hope or terror. Which one depends on how you use it. Izuku watched his shadow stretch across the training ground as the sun rose. I'll use it to protect. That's my choice. I know you will. That's why I believe in you. Exam day arrived with electric tension. The practical exams took place in various zones across UA's massive campus, each designed to test different aspects of hero work. Teams gathered at their assigned locations, nervous energy palpable. Izuku stood in Zone 7, a ruined cityscape designed for urban combat assessment. Across from him, Aizawa waited, his capture weapon coiled and ready. Rules are simple, Aizawa stated. Either capture me with these handcuffs or escape the zone through the exit gate. You have 30 minutes. Begin. Izuku's shadow exploded outward. Rabbit escape. Hundreds of white rabbits flooded the zone, scattering in every direction. Aizawa's eyes glowed red, his erasure quirk activating, but the rabbits didn't disappear. They were already fully manifested, existing independently of continuous quirk use. Aizawa's capture weapon lashed out, binding several rabbits, but there were too many. While he was distracted, Izuku emerged from a shadow behind a building, already moving to flank. Divine dogs. Both wolves materialized, charging from different angles. Aizawa dodged, his combat experience showing as he used the environment, broken walls, scattered debris to limit the dogs' and approach vectors, but he couldn't watch everywhere at once. The electric owl dove from above, lightning crackling. Aizawa rolled, avoiding the strike, his erasure quirk flickering between targets, rabbits, dogs, owl, trying to eliminate threats systematically. He was fast, efficient, experienced. But Izuku had 11 years of tactical training. Great Serpent. The massive snake erupted from beneath Aizawa, its coils wrapping before he could react. The capture weapon bound the serpent's body, but the shikigami's mass was too great to restrain completely. Aizawa's erasure quirk focused on the serpent, and it began to destabilize. But in that moment of focus, Izuku emerged from Aizawa's own shadow, handcuffs already swinging. Aizawa twisted impossibly fast, his combat instincts superhuman, and caught Izuku's wrist. They grappled briefly, student against teacher, and Aizawa's experience should have won. Should have. Izuku's shadow solidified beneath them, creating unstable footing. Aizawa stumbled for just a fraction of a second, and Izuku used that opening to slip the handcuff around his teacher's wrist. Click. Exam complete. Time, 2 minutes, 43 seconds. Aizawa stared at the handcuff, then at Izuku, his expression unreadable. You've been holding back in training. You told us not to reveal our full capabilities unnecessarily. I followed your advice. Most students struggle to land a single hit on their teacher opponents. You captured me in under 3 minutes using coordinated shikigami assault and shadow manipulation. Aizawa's tired eyes showed something that might have been approval. You're ready for more advanced training. After summer break, we'll discuss moving you to specialized courses. Thank you, Sensei. Izuku dismissed his shikigami and walked toward the exit, passing other zones where his classmates still struggled with their exams. He could hear explosions from Bakugo's zone, ice cracking from Todoroki's area, the sounds of desperate combat from multiple locations. They would pass eventually. Most of them. But the gap between their level and his was becoming undeniable. Summer break arrived with welcome relief after the exam stress. Most students returned home to rest and recover. Izuku spent the time training, pushing his limits further, preparing for whatever came next. He didn't have to wait long. The training camp invitation arrived via official UA notice, 1 week in the mountains, intensive quirk development, professional instruction from the Wild Pussycats hero team. Class 1A boarded the bus in high spirits, excited for the change of scenery and focused training opportunity. Izuku sat in his usual corner, reviewing the camp's location and facility layout on his phone. Remote mountain area, dense forest, minimal civilian presence nearby. Tactically isolated, good for intensive training, but also vulnerable to coordinated attack. You're analyzing the camp like it's a combat zone, Todoroki observed from the seat beside him. Every location is a potential combat zone. The USJ taught us that. You really don't turn off, do you? Would you prefer I be unprepared when the next attack comes? Todoroki was quiet. You think there will be another attack. The League of Villains attacked USJ to kill All Might. They failed, but escaped. Stain's ideology spread online, recruiting more extremists. AFO is still operating somewhere. Yes, I think another attack is inevitable. And you're preparing for it. Always. The bus drove into the mountains, winding along narrow roads through dense forest. When they stopped at a rest area, the wild pussycats appeared with characteristic enthusiasm. Welcome, UA students. Your training camp starts now. Before anyone could react, Pixie Bob's quirk activated, and the ground beneath the bus collapsed, sending all the students tumbling down the hillside into the forest below. Use your quirks to reach the camp facility at the mountain's base. You have 3 hours. Students scattered, using their abilities to navigate the treacherous terrain. Izuku landed smoothly via shadow manipulation, already assessing the situation. Dense forest, uneven ground, probable beast obstacles created by Pixie Bob's quirk. Direct route would encounter maximum resistance. Optimal path, aerial reconnaissance, then strategic ground movement. Nue. The electric owl emerged, and Izuku stepped onto its back. They rose above the tree line, and immediately Izuku spotted the camp facility in the distance, but also the massive earth beasts Pixie Bob had created, blocking the direct paths. Other students were already engaging the beasts. Bakugo blasted through one with overwhelming firepower. Todoroki froze another solid. Ida used speed to evade and maneuver around them. Izuku directed Nue in a wide arc, avoiding the main combat zones entirely. When they neared the facility, he dismissed the shikigami and used shadow manipulation to slide between the remaining beasts undetected. He reached the camp in 40 minutes, first to arrive. The pussycats stared as he walked out of the forest, barely winded. That was supposed to take 3 hours, Pixie Bob sputtered. Aerial reconnaissance, optimal pathing, avoiding unnecessary combat. The objective was reaching the facility, not fighting every beast. The rest of Class 1A trickled in over the next several hours, exhausted and covered in dirt. Bakugo arrived second, furious that Izuku had beaten him again. Todoroki was third, his expression thoughtful. That evening, after dinner and bath time, the real training began. Each of you has a fundamental weakness in your quirk application, Aizawa explained, his tired eyes sweeping the assembled students. This week, we're going to push you past your current limits. Bakugo, you'll immerse your hands in boiling water to expand your sweat glands. Todoroki, you'll alternate between extreme heat and cold to increase your temperature regulation. Midoriya, he paused, considering, you'll maintain maximum shikigami count for extended periods while performing combat drills. Your energy reserves are vast, but stamina in sustained deployment is your current limitation. Izuku nodded. It was an accurate assessment. The next 3 days were brutal. Izuku maintained 4 shikigami simultaneously, Divine Dogs, Nue, and Great Serpent, while running obstacle courses, engaging in combat scenarios, and performing rescue drills. The energy drain was immense, forcing him to push his reserves further than ever before. By the 3rd day, he could maintain 5 shikigami for 2 hours straight. His classmates progressed as well. Bakugo's explosions grew larger and more controlled. Todoroki's dual quirk coordination improved dramatically. Ida's engines gained additional gears. The entire class was evolving rapidly. On the 4th night, Izuku's Divine Dogs alerted him to something wrong. Their enhanced senses detected hostile intent, multiple sources coordinating in the forest surrounding the camp. Izuku was on his feet instantly, shadows already pooling beneath him. Aizawa-sensei, he called quietly, finding his teacher monitoring the perimeter. We have incoming hostiles, multiple signatures, coordinating approach, estimated 15 to 20 individuals. Aizawa's eyes narrowed. You're certain? Divine Dogs don't give false alerts. Mandalay's telepathic voice suddenly echoed in everyone's mind. Villains have attacked. Students return to the facility immediately. Do not engage. Chaos erupted, students scattered, some running toward safety, others freezing in panic. The forest around them lit up with quirk activations. Fire, ice, explosions. The League of Villains had brought a small army. Izuku's shadow exploded outward, expanding across the entire camp area. Nue, aerial reconnaissance. Divine Dogs, perimeter patrol. Great Serpent, underground monitoring. Gamma, central defense. All 4 shikigami manifested simultaneously, creating a surveillance network across the battlefield. Through their senses, Izuku could track every villain's position, movement, and quirk activation. Aizawa-sensei, they're targeting me specifically. 7 villains are moving directly toward my location, ignoring easier targets. After Hosu, you're a priority target. They want to eliminate you before you become a bigger threat. Aizawa's capture weapon uncoiled. Can you hold them? Yes, but I need you to protect the other students. I'll handle my attackers. Midoriya, I defeated Stain. I can handle this. Aizawa hesitated, then nodded. Don't die. Not planning to. The first villain crashed through the trees, a massive muscular figure with grotesquely enlarged muscles, his skin stretched tight over bulging tissue. Found you. Muscular's grin was manic. The boss said to kill the Shadow Kid, says you're too dangerous to leave alive. Divine Dog. Totality. The merged black and white wolf materialized between them, and Muscular's eyes widened slightly before his grin intensified. Oh, this is gonna be fun. He charged, muscle fibers erupting from his body like armor, his fist swinging with enough force to crater concrete. Totality met the charge head-on. Cursed energy enhanced strength against quirk-boosted muscle. They collided like freight trains. The shockwave flattened trees in a 10-meter radius. Muscular's fist struck Totality's shoulder, and the shikigami's claws raked across Muscular's chest. Neither gave ground. You're strong, Muscular laughed, muscle fibers wrapping around his body like additional limbs, increasing his offensive capability. But I've killed dozens of heroes stronger than you. I'm not a hero yet. I'm a student who keeps a god in his shadow. Izuku stepped forward, and his shadow rippled with contained power. More shikigami emerged from the darkness. Max Elephant. The massive elephant manifested, its trunk already contracting for a water blast. Muscular dodged, but the high-pressure water carved through the trees behind him, demonstrating the attack's destructive potential. Piercing Ox. The bull-like shikigami charged from Muscular's blind side, horns lowered, momentum building with every step. Muscular barely turned in time, his muscle fibers forming a shield that cracked under the Ox's impact. Great Serpent. The snake erupted from underground, coils wrapping around Muscular's legs. He roared, tearing free through sheer strength. But the momentary restraint let Totality land a devastating bite on his shoulder. Blood sprayed, and Muscular's muscle fibers pulsed, healing the wound almost instantly. Regeneration Quirk, Izuku analyzed aloud. Muscle fiber manipulation for offense and defense. Regeneration for sustainability. High durability, high strength, limited range. Optimal counter, overwhelming multi-angle assault, or energy-based attacks that bypass physical defense. Stop analyzing and fight! Muscular's muscle fibers shot out like spears, each one capable of piercing steel. They targeted Izuku directly, and the coordinated assault was faster than a normal person could dodge. Izuku's shadow solidified into a barrier, the darkness dense enough to stop the muscle spears. While Muscular was committed to the attack, Izuku made his move. Nu. The electric owl dove from above, lightning crackling across its wings. The electricity struck Muscular's exposed muscle fibers, which conducted the current perfectly throughout his entire body. Muscular convulsed, his regeneration momentarily overwhelmed by the electrical damage. His muscle fibers retracted defensively, leaving him vulnerable. Now, all shikigami, coordinated strike. Divine Dog, Totality from the front. Max Elephant's water cannon from the left. Piercing Ox's charge from the right. Great Serpent from below. Nu's lightning from above. 5 simultaneous attacks from 5 different vectors. Muscular tried to defend, his muscle fibers spreading to create a protective shell, but he couldn't block everything. The Ox's horns pierced his thigh. The Serpent's coils crushed his ribs. Totality's jaws clamped on his arm. The water blast and lightning struck simultaneously. He crashed to the ground, defeated, his body too damaged to regenerate fast enough. Time, 3 minutes, 17 seconds, Izuku noted, dismissing most of his shikigami, but leaving Totality to guard Muscular's unconscious form. 6 more targets approaching. The remaining 6 villains emerged from the forest, saw Muscular defeated, and their confidence wavered visibly. He took down Muscular alone, one whispered. The boss said he was dangerous, but this... Izuku's shadow expanded, covering the entire clearing. His voice was calm, but carried weight that made the villains step back instinctively. You have 2 options. Surrender now and face justice, or fight me and end up like him. He gestured to Muscular's broken form. Choose quickly. I have other students to protect. 3 villains ran immediately. The remaining 3 activated their quirks, fire projection, metal manipulation, and some form of telekinesis, and attacked as a coordinated unit. Rabbit escape. Hundreds of white rabbits flooded the area, overwhelming the telekinesis user who tried to target them all simultaneously. The metal manipulator created barriers, but Piercing Ox charged through them like paper. The fire projector created a wall of flames, but Max Elephant's water blast extinguished it instantly. In under a minute, all 3 were incapacitated. Izuku's shadow contracted back to normal size, and he surveyed the battlefield. 9 villains defeated with minimal energy expenditure. His classmates were visible in the distance, some fighting, others fleeing towards safety as instructed. Then the forest erupted in blue flames. Dabi stepped out of the burning trees, his scarred skin and cold blue eyes fixed on Izuku. Impressive. The League sent 11 people to kill you specifically. You handled them like insects. You're the fire villain from USJ, Dabi. Correct. And unlike these idiots, I've actually studied your fights. Blue flames danced across his hands. You rely on shadow creatures that are strong but limited by your energy reserves. Sustained combat drains you. High-intensity fire attacks create light that eliminates shadows, limiting your quirk's effectiveness. And based on Hosu footage, that god-summon thing takes massive energy you won't waste on someone like me. He'd done his research. Accurate analysis of weaknesses. So your strategy is burning the forest to eliminate shadows and forcing me into direct combat where I'm disadvantaged. Exactly. The trees around them were already ablaze, the flames spreading rapidly. Shadows flickered and danced in the firelight, unstable, difficult to manipulate. Izuku's analytical mind raced through options. Nu could fly above the flames. Divine dogs could navigate the burning forest. But sustained combat in these conditions would be inefficient, alternative approach. Eliminate the advantage entirely. Max Elephant. The massive shikigami manifested, its trunk already swinging. A deluge of water erupted forth, gallons per second, dousing the flames in a matter of moments. Steam hissed as fire met water, and within 30 seconds, the immediate area was saturated and smoking but no longer burning. Dabi's eyes widened. You can generate water? I can summon creatures with various abilities, including one that produces more water than you can burn. The temperature advantage was gone. The light advantage was fading as the fires died. Dabi's strategy had been countered completely. He tried anyway. Blue flames erupting in a massive wave that should have incinerated everything in its path. Round deer. The magnificent stag materialized, its antlers glowing with positive energy. Reverse curse technique flooded the area, and Dabi's flames, which created negative effects like burns and tissue damage, were neutralized on contact with the positive energy field. Impossible, Dabi breathed, watching his quirk fail completely. What are you? Someone you shouldn't have targeted. Divine Dog, Totality emerged from the shadows and struck Dabi before he could react, its jaws careful not to kill but incapacitating him thoroughly, another villain defeated. The camp was secure. Izuku reached out through his shadow network, tracking the remaining villain presences. Most had fled when their attacks failed. A few were engaged with pro-heroes who'd arrived as reinforcement. But something was wrong. One of his classmates, Tokoyami, was missing from the facility. The Divine Dogs tracked his scent to the forest, away from the battle, moving rapidly as if pursued or transported. They'd taken him. The League of Villains had captured Tokoyami. Izuku's shadow pulsed with barely contained fury. They'd come to his training camp, attacked his classmates, and kidnapped one of them. This was an act of war. But he forced the emotion down, channeling it into cold, tactical analysis. Rescue operations required intelligence, coordination, and the element of surprise. Rushing in emotionally would get Tokoyami killed. Aizawa found him standing in the smoking clearing, surrounded by defeated villains. Midoriya, are you? He saw the unconscious League members. You handled all of them? Yes, but they took Tokoyami. I tracked his scent heading northeast, likely toward a rendezvous point with transport. We need to organize a rescue operation immediately. That's not our decision. Pro-heroes and police will handle. They'll take too long. The League will move Tokoyami to a secure location and use him as leverage or bargaining chip. We need to strike before they fortify their position. Aizawa studied Izuku's expression, seeing the cold calculation there. You're talking about a student-led rescue mission into enemy territory. I'm talking about getting our classmate back before it's too late. That's not how hero work operates. We follow procedures, coordinate with authorities. Procedures got 17 heroes killed by Stain. Coordination let the League escape USJ. I'm not waiting for bureaucracy to fail again. The shadow beneath Izuku writhed, responding to his intensity. Aizawa's hand moved toward his capture weapon instinctively, then stopped. You're serious. You'd go alone if necessary. Yes. They stared at each other, teacher and student, both understanding the weight of the moment. Finally, Aizawa spoke. I'll contact the proper authorities. They'll organize the official rescue. But, he paused, if certain students happen to gather intelligence that aided that rescue, I couldn't stop them. Understood. The next day, police and pro-heroes swarmed the area, processing the scene, interrogating captured villains, organizing their response. All Might arrived, his presence dominating despite his weakened state, demanding immediate action. In the chaos, Izuku slipped away. He'd already tracked Tokoyami's scent to an abandoned warehouse in Kamino Ward. The Divine Dog's enhanced senses were unmistakable. Tokoyami was there, along with multiple League members and something else. Something powerful. Izuku stood on a rooftop overlooking the warehouse district, his shadow stretching in the afternoon sun. His phone buzzed. Todoroki, I know what you're planning. I'm coming with you. Bakugo, don't even think about going without me. As class representative, I cannot condone this. However, as Tokoyami's friend, I'm joining you. Bakugo won't shut up about it. Count me in. We're a class. We don't leave people behind. 5 messages. 5 classmates willing to risk everything for a rescue mission that could get them expelled or killed. Izuku replied to all, rendezvous at coordinates I'm sending. Come prepared for combat. This won't be easy. They gathered an hour later in an abandoned building near the warehouse district. 6 students facing an unknown number of villains in enemy territory. Here's the situation. Izuku displayed a map on his phone. Tokoyami is in this warehouse. I've counted at least 12 distinct villain signatures through shadow reconnaissance. The League's core members are likely present. Shigaraki, Kurogiri, possibly others. Our objectives: extract Tokoyami alive, avoid civilian casualties, escape before reinforcements arrive. What about the heroes? Ida asked. Won't they be organizing their own rescue? They will. In several hours after they finish processing intelligence, coordinate forces, and obtain proper authorization. We're moving now while the League is still settling into their location. Risky, Todoroki observed, but effective if we're fast. What's the actual plan? Bakugo demanded. We can't just charge in blasting. Correct. We use stealth and precision. Uraraka, your zero gravity creates mobility and disorientation. Todoroki, your ice can create barriers and escape routes. Ida, your speed allows rapid extraction once we locate Tokoyami. Kirishima, your hardening provides defense if we're discovered. Bakugo, your explosions are our emergency option if everything goes wrong. And you? I coordinate through Shadow Network and provide a fence when needed. Izuku's shadow expanded across the room floor. Through my shikigami, I can monitor the entire operation in real time and adapt our strategy as situations develop. So you're the commander? Bakugo's expression was complicated. When did you become the tactical leader? When I became strong enough to handle the responsibility. They moved out as the sun set, darkness providing natural advantage for Izuku's shadow manipulation. The warehouse loomed ahead, windows dark, the entire building radiating menace. Izuku's divine dog scouted the perimeter, confirming guard positions. Kurogiri's portals were active inside, escape routes ready if heroes arrived. Shigaraki paced in the central room, hands twitching, clearly agitated, and Tokoyami sat bound in the corner, his dark shadow quirk suppressed somehow, unable to fight back. Guards at north and south entrances, Izuku whispered. Kurogiri can portal anywhere instantly. Shigaraki's decay quirk means we can't let him touch us. Optimal entry. Todoroki creates ice distraction at south entrance, drawing guards there. Uraraka makes me weightless. I float to roof access, entry from above while they're distracted. Once inside, Nu provides aerial support while I extract Tokoyami. The rest of you maintain perimeter and prevent villain escape. What if they call in reinforcements? Kirishima asked. Then we adapt. But based on their pattern, the League operates in small cells. Their confident 12 members can handle whatever comes. They haven't fought all of us together. Bakugo grinned savagely. Todoroki created the ice distraction perfectly. A massive glacier that erupted at the south entrance, looking like a hero assault. Villains shouted, rushing to defend, and in the chaos, Uraraka made Izuku weightless. He floated up to the roof, found the access hatch, and slipped inside like a shadow given form. The warehouse interior was a maze of shipping containers and abandoned equipment. Perfect for shadow manipulation. Izuku's darkness spread across the floor, silent and invisible in the dim light. He could see Tokoyami through Great Serpent's underground senses, the boy's cursed energy signature distinct. Moving closer, avoiding villain patrols, patience over speed, then everything went wrong. Kurogiri's portal opened directly in front of Izuku, and Shigaraki stepped through, his red eyes locking onto Izuku's position. "I knew you'd come for him." Shigaraki's voice was gleeful despite his obvious agitation. The hero student who can't leave anyone behind. So predictable. "Let Tokoyami go. Your fight is with me." "Oh, we're not fighting. Not yet." Shigaraki's hands twitched near his neck, scratching compulsively. "Teacher wants to meet you first." The air pressure changed. Every instinct Izuku possessed screamed danger, his shadow recoiling instinctively from something fundamentally wrong approaching. A man stepped out of Kurogiri's portal. He was unremarkable at first glance. A well-dressed businessman in his 40s, his expression calm and confident. But his presence was overwhelming, a pressure that made reality itself feel strained, all for one. "So this is the boy who defeated Stain." AFO's voice was cultured, almost friendly. "The student who summoned something my protege described as a god wielding a sword that could cut through anything. I had to see you myself." Izuku's shadow writhed beneath him, responding to the threat, and for the first time in years he felt genuine fear. This man was beyond anything he'd faced. Beyond Stain's skill, beyond Muscular's strength, beyond Dabi's tactics. AFO radiated power that transcended normal quirks. "Your quirk," AFO continued, stepping closer, "is fascinating. I've stolen thousands of quirks over the centuries, but when I tried to take Shigaraki's decay and give him yours during your USJ encounter, something prevented it. The transfer simply failed." His eyes gleamed with curiosity. "What are you, Izuku Midoriya? What power do you possess that I cannot steal?" "I'm a Jujutsu sorcerer. My technique isn't a quirk, it's cursed energy manipulation that predates quirk society." "Cursed energy? How delightfully archaic." AFO's hand extended. "Let's test that claim." Izuku felt it. Invisible force trying to rip something from his core, trying to steal his technique like AFO had stolen thousands of quirks before. It didn't work. The Ten Shadows technique was inherited through blood and soul, refined through training and understanding. It wasn't a biological mutation that could be copied or stolen. It simply existed within him, as fundamental as his heartbeat. AFO's expression shifted from curious to frustrated. "Impossible. I can steal any quirk, any power, but not techniques, not abilities that exist outside your understanding of how power works." Izuku's shadow expanded aggressively. "You're a collector who hoards what he steals. I'm a practitioner who earned every ability through 11 years of training. Then I'll simply kill you and study your corpse." AFO's hand glowed with accumulated power, dozens of quirks activating simultaneously. The warehouse wall behind Izuku exploded from air pressure alone. Izuku dove, shadows pulling him through the floor into the underground where Great Serpent waited. The concrete above him shattered as AFO's attack obliterated it. The destruction casual and overwhelming. Outside, his classmates felt the shockwave. "Izuku!" Bakugo shouted, explosions already propelling him toward the warehouse. "No!" Todoroki grabbed his arm. "That's all for one. We're not strong enough." "I don't care!" "Then you'll die uselessly." Ida's engines roared as he positioned to block Bakugo. "Midoriya ordered us to maintain perimeter. We trust his judgment." Inside the collapsing warehouse, Izuku emerged from shadows across the room, his analysis running frantically. AFO possessed dozens of quirks: strength enhancement, regeneration, air manipulation, kinetic force projection, impact recoil, and more he hadn't revealed yet. Each individual quirk was powerful. Combined and coordinated, they were catastrophic. Fighting directly was suicide. But fighting wasn't the objective. Escape was. Divine dogs, Nue, Gamma, create chaos. The shikigami manifested and attacked from different angles, forcing AFO to defend. While he was distracted, Izuku shadow walked to Tokoyami's position. "Can you move?" "Midoriya, what are you doing here, the League?" "No time, hold still." Izuku cut Tokoyami's restraints with a cursed tool from his shadow inventory, then activated Rabbit Escape. Hundreds of white rabbits flooded the area, creating visual confusion. "Uraraka! Extraction point now!" Through the wall Todoroki had pre-weakened with ice, Uraraka's zero gravity activated on both Izuku and Tokoyami. They floated upward toward the roof access. AFO's hand shot out, quirk-enhanced speed making him faster than physics should allow. His fingers brushed Tokoyami's ankle. Every quirk in Tokoyami's body tried to rip free simultaneously. Izuku's shadow reacted instinctively, wrapping around Tokoyami like armor, shielding him from the stealing effect. The cursed energy was foreign enough to AFO's stealing mechanism that it bought precious seconds. They burst through the roof, Ida already there to catch them, his engines screaming at maximum output as he ran faster than he'd ever moved before. Behind them, the warehouse exploded as AFO's frustration manifested in overwhelming force. They ran through Camino Ward's streets, 6 students and 1 rescued hostage, pursued by the man who'd terrorized Japan for generations. Then, professional heroes arrived. All Might, in his muscular form, crashed down between the students and AFO, his presence immediately commanding the entire battlefield. "You will not touch these children." All Might's voice boomed across the district. AFO stopped, his expression shifting from frustrated to delighted. "Toshinori, I was wondering when you'd arrive. How's that wound I gave you? Still limiting your hero time? More than enough time to stop you." What followed was a battle that would be remembered in history. All Might and AFO clashed with force that shook the entire ward. Punches that created shockwaves, quirk combinations that defied physics, 2 titans who'd fought this same battle multiple times across decades. Izuku and his classmates could only watch from the evacuation zone, too weak to intervene, too awed to look away. Buildings crumbled, streets cratered, the air itself seemed to tear from the pressure of their combat. And slowly, inevitably, All Might was losing. His wounded body couldn't sustain his power long enough. AFO's stolen quirks gave him too many options, too much versatility. Every minute that passed, All Might weakened while AFO remained fresh. "He's going to lose," Bakugo whispered, his hands clenched in impotent fury. "No," Izuku's voice was quiet but certain. "He's going to win, because that's what symbols do. They win when losing is unacceptable." And he was right. All Might, his body smoking, his muscles failing, his time limit approaching 0, gathered every remaining spark of One for All into his fist. "United States of Smash!" The punch was apocalyptic. It struck AFO with force that created a tornado of displaced air that shattered every window in a mile radius that could be felt across all of Tokyo. When the dust cleared, AFO lay defeated, his body too damaged to regenerate, his consciousness fading, but All Might collapsed as well, his muscular form evaporating, leaving behind the skeletal man he'd become. His time as the symbol of peace had ended with that final punch. Silence fell across Camino Ward. Then cameras, which had been broadcasting the entire battle, focused on All Might's true form. The world saw their symbol broken, exhausted, victorious, but finished. "I am here." All Might's voice was weak, barely audible, but his smile never faded. "And you are safe. That's what matters." He collapsed completely, unconscious from exhaustion. AFO was captured, bound by heroes and quirk-suppressing restraints. The League of Villains had been dealt a devastating blow, but the symbol of peace had retired, his power spent, his time ended. Izuku stood among his classmates, watching the aftermath, understanding what this meant. Society had relied on All Might for stability. Crime rates had plummeted because villains feared confronting him. His presence alone deterred conflict. Now, he was gone, and the world would need new symbols to fill that void. "What happens now?" Uraraka asked quietly. "Now," Izuku replied, his shadow stretching long in the setting sun, "we get stronger, because the next time villains threaten people we care about, we won't need to rely on symbols. We'll be strong enough to protect them ourselves." Bakugo looked at him with complicated expression, respect and rivalry mixed together. "You really think we can replace All Might?" "I don't think we have a choice." The aftermath of Camino was complex and far-reaching. All Might announced his retirement publicly, his true form revealed to the world. Society reeled from the revelation that their invincible symbol had been hiding fatal injuries for years. Crime rates spiked immediately. Villains who'd been too afraid to operate with all might active suddenly emerged, testing the waters of this new reality. The Hero Public Safety Commission scrambled to project stability, promoting heroes like Endeavor and Hawks into more prominent positions. But the truth was unavoidable. There was a vacuum of power, and someone needed to fill it. UA responded by accelerating its curriculum. The provisional license exam was moved up, allowing first years to participate earlier than normal. Students who'd planned to wait until second year now found themselves thrust into professional hero work immediately. Izuku stood in the exam venue, a massive artificial disaster zone designed to test rescue capability and crisis management, and reviewed the requirements with his usual analytical precision. Phase 1. Rescue civilians from disaster scenario while dealing with obstacles and villain actors. Phase 2. Combat assessment against other examinees, simple in structure, complex in execution. Begin. Izuku immediately summoned Nue for aerial mobility. From above, he could see the entire disaster zone, collapsed buildings, trapped civilians, actually exam staff in protective gear, fires spreading through certain sections. Optimal approach: prioritize civilian density, use appropriate shikigami for different rescue types, maintain efficiency to conserve energy for Phase 2. Rabbit escape. Hundreds of white rabbits scattered across the zone, locating civilians through coordinated search patterns. When they found trapped people, they alerted Izuku telepathically through the shadow connection. He directed Max Elephant to the fire section, the water generation perfect for extinguishing flames while clearing debris. Divine dogs to the collapsed building area, their strength ideal for lifting rubble. Round deer to the medical section, its reverse curse technique healing injured civilians instantly. Within minutes, Izuku had established a comprehensive rescue network that operated with inhuman efficiency. Other examinees struggled individually, trying to balance rescue with point scoring, making tactical errors born from inexperience. Izuku coordinated his shikigami like conducting an orchestra, each one positioned perfectly for its role. The rescue operation flowing smoothly. He finished Phase 1 in 23 minutes, having rescued more civilians than the next 3 top performers combined. The exam proctors watched the footage with mixed expressions. He's operating at professional hero level already, one observed. His quirk is incredibly versatile. Multiple creatures, each with different abilities, all coordinated perfectly. Is this the same student who defeated Stain, the one from the Kamino footage? Yes, Midoriya Izuku, age 15, first year at UA, and according to these results, more effective than most licensed heroes. Phase 2 began after a brief rest period. The combat assessment paired examinees randomly, testing their ability to handle unexpected opponent matchups and adapt strategies mid-fight. Izuku's first opponent was a student from Shiketsu High, with a flesh-hardening quirk that made him nearly indestructible. The match lasted 40 seconds. Divine dogs attacked from both sides. When the student hardened to defend, Gamma's tongue bound him from behind. When he broke free through sheer strength, Piercing Ox charged and drove him out of bounds with unstoppable momentum. Efficient, clinical, overwhelming. His second opponent tried ranged attacks with projectile quirk. Nue flew too fast to hit, electricity crackling across its wings. One lightning strike and the match was over. Third opponent had a duplication quirk, creating multiple copies to swarm Izuku. Rabbit Escape created more copies, overwhelming the duplication quirk user with sheer numbers. Then Divine Dogs eliminated the original from the chaos. By the time Izuku reached the finals, the pattern was clear. He was operating on a completely different level than other first-year students. The final match was against Inasa Yorashi from Shiketsu, a passionate wind quirk user with incredible power. Midoriya Izuku. Inasa bowed enthusiastically. I've heard about your strength. Let's have a passionate battle. Understood. Inasa's wind quirk activated, creating a massive tornado that lifted debris and attempted to trap Izuku in the vortex strong. Powerful enough to immobilize most opponents, but Izuku wasn't most opponents. Nue. The electric owl emerged and flew through the tornado, its electrical quirk unaffected by wind, striking Inasa from within his own attack. Inasa dodged with impressive reflexes, redirecting the wind to defend. But Izuku had already moved. Shadow manipulation let him walk through the tornado's base where wind pressure was lowest. He emerged behind Inasa, and before the wind user could react, Divine Dog, totality. The merged wolf manifested and gently pushed Inasa out of bounds. Match over. Winner. Midoriya Izuku. The exam results were announced later that evening. Izuku had scored highest across all categories: rescue efficiency, combat capability, tactical application, quirk control. His provisional license was granted immediately, making him the youngest licensed hero in modern Japan. Bakugo and Todoroki had passed as well, though their scores were significantly lower. Both glared at Izuku's perfect marks with complicated expressions, pride in their classmates' achievement mixed with frustration at the widening gap. "Congratulations," Todoroki said quietly. "You're officially a licensed hero now." "As are you." "Not the same. Your score was perfect. Mine was barely passing because I got too aggressive in the rescue phase. Aggression can be refined. You passed. That's what matters." "Is it?" Todoroki's mismatched eyes studied Izuku carefully. "Or does it matter that you're already beyond what most of us will achieve in years?" Izuku didn't have an answer to that. The professional hero world responded to Izuku's license with mixed reactions. Some agencies immediately sent internship offers, seeing his potential as invaluable for rescue operations and villain suppression. Others expressed concern about a 15-year-old wielding power that had destroyed city blocks and defeated the hero killer. The offer Izuku accepted came from Sir Night-Eye, All Might's former sidekick, and a brilliant tactical hero whose foresight quirk made him one of the most effective heroes in Japan. "Your analytical mind and my predictive quirk would synergize well," Night-Eye had written in his offer. "I believe we can accomplish significant work together." The internship began on a Monday morning at Night-Eye's agency in Tokyo. The office was immaculate. Every file organized perfectly, every surface clean, efficiency and precision evident in every detail. Sir Night-Eye himself was a tall man with sharp features and sharper eyes, his hero costume formal and professional rather than flashy. "Midoriya Izuku," he greeted, his voice carrying weight despite being calm. "Your record is impressive. Sports Festival champion, Stain's defeat, Camino Ward rescue, perfect provisional license exam. You're 15 years old and already operating at professional level." "Thank you, sir." "Don't thank me yet. I'm assigning you a case immediately." Night-Eye pulled up a holographic display showing a young girl with silver hair and a horn growing from her forehead. Eri, age 6, daughter of the Shihasaikai Yakuza Group's leader. We have evidence suggesting she's being abused, possibly experimented on, but we can't prove it well enough for a warrant. Izuku studied the image, his analytical mind already processing. "You want me to gather evidence during patrol that would justify official intervention?" "Correct. The Shihasaikai operates in this district. Their leader, Overhaul, is a germaphobe with a quirk that lets him disassemble and reassemble matter. He's dangerous, intelligent, and connected enough that we need ironclad evidence before moving." "Understood. What's my cover for the patrol?" "Standard hero presence, crime deterrence, and civilian interaction. If you happen to encounter Eri or Overhaul during that patrol, document everything carefully." 3 days later, Izuku was walking through the district when his divine dogs alerted him to something wrong. Cursed energy signature ahead. Young, terrified, in pain. And accompanying it, something that felt fundamentally corrupt, twisted, destructive. He rounded the corner and found them. A small girl with silver hair and a horn, her eyes wide with fear, holding the hand of a man in a plague doctor mask whose presence radiated wrongness. Overhaul. And the moment Izuku saw Eri, his shadow exploded outward involuntarily, responding to her distress with predatory intensity. The girl gasped, stepping back, and Overhaul's masked face turned toward Izuku. "A hero." Overhaul's voice was cold, clinical. "Patrolling in my district, how intrusive." "Just doing my job. Is the child all right? She looks distressed." "She's my daughter. A bit shy around strangers." Overhaul's hand rested on Eri's shoulder, and the girl flinched. "We should be going." Izuku's every instinct screamed to act, to grab Eri and run, to eliminate Overhaul immediately. But he had no legal authority to separate a child from her supposed father based on instinct alone. "Of course. Have a good day." He let them leave, but his shadow marked Eri's cursed energy signature, the divine dogs tracking her scent, creating a permanent connection. That night, Izuku reported to Night-Eye. I found her. Eri is definitely being abused. Her fear was genuine, and Overhaul's response to my presence was defensive in a way that suggests guilty conscience. But no direct evidence of illegal activity. No, but I marked her. Through my shadow connection, I can track her location constantly now. The moment she's in immediate danger, I'll know. Night Eye's foresight activated, his eyes glowing briefly as he looked at Izuku's future. Then he frowned, his quirk flickering strangely. Interesting. When I try to see your future, I get fragmented images. Shadows overwhelming everything, a massive figure with a wheel rotating, destruction and salvation happening simultaneously. Your future is unclear. My technique exists outside normal quirk mechanics. Perhaps your foresight doesn't interact with cursed energy properly. Perhaps. Night Eye looked troubled. But what I can see is concerning. Within the next month, you'll face Overhaul directly. The battle will be catastrophic. And someone important dies. Who? I can't see clearly enough to determine that. Over the next 2 weeks, Izuku gathered intelligence on the Shihasaikai through systematic investigation. He tracked their money flow, their meeting locations, their member movement patterns, and through his shadow connection to Eri, he monitored her constantly. The girl was kept in a specific room in the Haseikai compound, rarely let outside, visited frequently by Overhaul, who performed something, experiments. The cursed energy around her would spike with pain, then fade, then spike again. She was suffering, and Izuku couldn't legally intervene yet. It was torture of a different kind, knowing exactly where she was, knowing she was being hurt, but being constrained by hero regulations and legal procedures. Then the break came. A Haseikai member defected, providing testimony about human experimentation using Eri's quirk to create quirk-destroying drugs. The evidence was enough for a warrant. The raid was scheduled immediately. Multiple hero agencies coordinating, professional heroes from across Tokyo assembling for a simultaneous assault on the Haseikai compound. Izuku stood among them, his shadow writhing with barely contained fury. Remember, the raid coordinator instructed, Priority 1 is rescuing the girl. Priority 2 is arresting Overhaul and securing the drug samples. Priority 3 is minimizing civilian casualties. Everyone understand? Agreement rippled through the assembled heroes. Then let's move out. The Haseikai compound was a maze of corridors and rooms, designed to funnel intruders into kill zones and delay advancement. Most heroes moved through the standard routes, encountering Haseikai members who fought desperately to defend their operation. Izuku didn't use standard routes. His shadow manipulation let him walk through walls, literally stepping through darkness from one room to another, bypassing the entire defensive structure. He moved through the compound like a ghost, his presence undetectable, his destination certain. Eri's room. 3 floors down, center of the building. He encountered Chronostasis in a hallway, Overhaul's right-hand man whose quirk could slow time perception in a targeted area. The villain's quirk activated, and the world around Izuku seemed to slow to a crawl. Rabbit escape. Even slowed, the hundreds of rabbits overwhelmed Chronostas' ability to target. While he was distracted, Izuku emerged from his shadow at normal speed. The time-slowing effect didn't work on something that traveled through darkness itself. One strike to the pressure point, and Chronostasis collapsed. Izuku continued deeper. He reached Eri's room and found it empty. She'd been moved during the raid, taken to a more secure location. His shadow connection pulled him forward, tracking her signature through the compound's lower levels into the underground laboratory where Overhaul conducted his experiments. And there, in a massive chamber that reeked of antiseptic and suffering, Izuku found them. Eri stood in the center, her eyes wide with terror. Overhaul faced off against Mirio, a UA senior who'd been working this case longer than Izuku, whose permeation quirk made him intangible and nearly impossible to hit. Nearly. As Izuku entered the chamber, Overhaul pulled a gun loaded with quirk-erasing bullets made from Eri's tortured body, and fired. Mirio couldn't dodge while protecting Eri. The bullet struck him square in the chest. His permeation quirk vanished. Mirio! Eri's scream was heartbreaking. Overhaul turned toward Izuku, his Plague Doctor mask hiding his expression, but not his malice. Another hero. How many of you need to die before you understand? I'm creating a cure for the quirk disease that's plagued humanity. Eri is the key to that cure. You're interfering with salvation. You're torturing a child and calling it research. Izuku's voice was cold, his shadow expanding across the entire laboratory floor. That's not salvation. That's evil hiding behind justification. Evil? I'm eliminating quirks themselves, returning humanity to purity. By destroying a little girl's body and mind, by creating weapons that erase people's identities, Izuku's shadow writhed, responding to his fury. You don't get to decide what humanity needs, and you definitely don't get to hurt children in pursuit of your twisted ideology. Overhaul's hands touched the ground, and his quirk activated. The floor erupted. His Overhaul quirk disassembled the concrete, then reassembled it into massive spikes that erupted toward Izuku from every direction. The attack was instantaneous, unavoidable through normal means. Izuku's shadow solidified into a barrier, the darkness dense enough to block the concrete spikes, but Overhaul was already attacking again. The walls disassembled and reformed into a crushing vice. The ceiling dropped as restructured debris. Every surface in the laboratory became a weapon under Overhaul's control. Divine dogs. Both wolves emerged and charged, but Overhaul touched them with his quirk. The shikigami's forms destabilized. He was disassembling their cursed energy structure directly. Izuku dismissed them before they could be destroyed completely, but the message was clear. Overhaul's quirk could affect shikigami. Nue. The electric owl flew high, avoiding ground-based attacks, its lightning crackling. But Overhaul disassembled the air itself, creating vacuum spaces that disrupted the electrical flow. Every shikigami had a counter. Overhaul's quirk was too versatile, too powerful in enclosed spaces where everything could be disassembled and weaponized. New approach required. Round Deer. The magnificent stag manifested, and immediately its reverse curse technique activated. Flooding the laboratory with positive energy, Overhaul's reconstructed spikes began healing back into normal concrete. His disassembled walls restored to original structure. The positive energy was neutralizing his quirk's negative effects. Destruction reversed by healing. What? Overhaul stumbled as his environmental control collapsed. That's impossible. You can't heal concrete. Reverse curse technique doesn't just heal living tissue. It reverses negative changes to their original state. Your disassembly is a negative change. The technique counters it completely. Overhaul's composure cracked. His hands slammed the ground again, but this time he disassembled himself and a Hasaikai member who'd been unconscious nearby, fusing their bodies together. His form twisted, grew, mutated into something monstrous. 4 arms, grotesquely enlarged muscles, his plague doctor mask stretched across an inhuman face. If healing reverses my quirk, then I'll simply regenerate faster than you can heal. I'll disassemble and reassemble myself endlessly until your energy runs out. He charged, 4 arms swinging, each touch capable of disassembling Izuku completely. Piercing Ox. The bull-like shikigami appeared and charged to meet Overhaul's monster form. Momentum built with every step, horns lowered, unstoppable force meeting disassembling power. They collided, and Overhaul's hand touched the Ox's flank. The shikigami began disassembling, its cursed energy form breaking apart, but the momentum was already committed. Even as the Ox dissolved, its charge continued, the horns piercing Overhaul's enlarged chest. The monster form staggered back, regenerating the wound instantly, but the damage had proven something important. He could be hurt. Max Elephant. The massive shikigami manifested, and its water cannon erupted with hyper-pressurized force. Overhaul tried to disassemble the water, but liquid was harder to restructure than solid matter. It flowed around his quirk's effect, striking him with enough force to drive him backward. Great Serpent. The snake erupted from the floor beneath Overhaul, coils wrapping around his monstrous form. He disassembled part of the serpent, but more coils replaced them, binding tighter. Izuku was coordinating multiple shikigami now, each one serving a purpose. Round Deer, maintaining the healing field that prevented environmental attacks. Max Elephant, providing ranged pressure. Great Serpent restricting movement, but Overhaul's regeneration was too fast. Every wound healed instantly. Every severed limb regrew. He was a monstrous fusion of multiple quirks and bodies, his sanity deteriorating but his power increasing. I'll kill you. Overhaul's voice was distorted, inhuman. I'll disassemble you and reassemble you as something that serves my purpose. You'll become part of the cure. His forearms extended, elongating unnaturally, reaching toward Izuku from multiple angles simultaneously. Standard defense wouldn't work. The moment Overhaul touched him, it was over. Time for escalation. Izuku's shadow exploded outward, filling the entire chamber, consuming the light, transforming the laboratory into a domain of pure darkness. Domain expansion. Chimera Shadow Garden. Reality warped. The laboratory vanished, replaced by an infinite ocean of shadow beneath an absent sky. The ground, if it could be called ground, rippled like liquid darkness, and from that darkness, every shikigami Izuku possessed emerged simultaneously. Divine dogs, both white and black, separate forms rather than merged. Nue crackling with supercharged lightning, Gamma enlarged to its maximum size, Great Serpent coiling through the shadow ocean, Max Elephant towering over the battlefield, Round Deer's antlers glowing with intense positive energy, Piercing Ox pawing the shadow ground, building momentum, Rabbit Escape manifesting in thousands, an endless army, and in the center of this manifestation of power, Izuku stood calm, his voice resonating across the domain. In my domain, I am absolute. Your quirk's disassembly requires touching a surface, but here, every surface is my cursed energy, responding to my will. You can't disassemble what reconstitutes instantly. You can't destroy what exists beyond physical matter. You can't win. Overhaul tried anyway. His hands touched the shadow ground, and it disassembled, then reformed immediately. He tried creating spikes, but the domain neutralized them. He tried attacking Izuku directly, but the shikigami intercepted from every angle. Divine dogs tore at his legs. Nue's lightning burned his regenerating flesh. Gamma's tongue bound his arms. Great Serpent's coils crushed his monstrous form. Max Elephant's water cannon struck with relentless pressure. Round Deer's positive energy disrupted his regeneration quirk. Piercing Ox charged through his center mass. Rabbit Escape swarmed over him in overwhelming numbers. 8 different shikigami coordinated perfectly, attacking continuously in a domain where Izuku's power was magnified beyond normal limits. Overhaul's regeneration couldn't keep pace. His monstrous form began breaking down, the fusion unstable, his quirk failing under the overwhelming assault. Stop! His voice was desperate now, the arrogance gone. You don't understand. Without my cure, quirks will destroy humanity. The chaos, the violence, You're right about one thing. Izuku's voice cut through Overhaul's rambling. Quirks can be dangerous. Power can corrupt. That's exactly why people like you don't get to decide how that power is used. You tortured a child for your ideology. You created weapons that destroy identities. You're not trying to save humanity. You're trying to control it. Round Deer stepped forward, its reverse curse technique intensifying, and the positive energy began neutralizing Overhaul's regeneration quirk at a fundamental level. The technique that reversed negative changes was reversing his ability to heal, creating a cascade effect where his monstrous form couldn't maintain itself. Overhaul screamed as his fusion body broke apart, the Hasaikai member he'd absorbed separating from him, his own body returning to normal human proportions. Finish it. Izuku commanded. Piercing Ox charged one final time, its horns gleaming with cursed energy, and struck Overhaul with enough force to drive him into the shadow ground, unconscious, defeated, broken. The domain expansion dissolved. They were back in the laboratory. The walls cracked from the battle's pressure. Medical equipment scattered everywhere. Overhaul lay unconscious, his arms shattered from the final impact, no longer a threat. And in the corner, Eri stared at Izuku with wide eyes, her small body trembling. Is it over? Her voice was tiny, fragile, broken by years of torture. Izuku dismissed his shikigami and walked over to her slowly, making himself seem as non-threatening as possible. He knelt down to her eye level. Yes, you're safe now. No one is going to hurt you anymore. But my quirk, it's dangerous. It hurts people. Your quirk is part of you. It's not bad or dangerous by itself. It's how people use it that matters. Overhaul used you to hurt others, but your quirk could also help people. Heal them, save them. You get to decide what kind of person you want to be. Tears streamed down Eri's face, and she collapsed forward into Izuku's arms, sobbing. He held her carefully, his shadow wrapping around them both like a protective cloak, gentle and warm instead of cold and threatening. I've got you, he said quietly. You're safe now. Footsteps approached, and Mirio stumbled into the laboratory, his permeation quirk gone, but his determination intact. Eri! Midoriya! He saw them together and smiled despite his own devastating loss. You did it. You saved her. Other heroes arrived, securing overhaul, collecting evidence, processing the scene. Sir Night-Eye appeared last, his foresight having guided him to this location. He saw Izuku holding Eri, saw overhaul defeated, saw the destruction throughout the laboratory. Midoriya, your domain expansion. Night-Eye's voice was quiet. I've never seen anything like it. Multiple creatures, all manifested simultaneously, coordinated perfectly. That's not a normal quirk. I told you, I'm a Jujutsu sorcerer. And what you just did, saving this girl, that's what heroes do. Night-Eye smiled, genuine warmth in his expression. Well done, Midoriya. You've earned this victory. But the victory felt hollow when, 3 hours later, Sir Night-Eye collapsed from wounds he'd sustained earlier in the raid, injuries he'd hidden to continue the mission. In the hospital, surrounded by heroes and students, Night-Eye's foresight activated one final time, his eyes glowing as he looked at Izuku. I can see your future more clearly now. His voice was fading. You're going to become so strong, strong enough that the world will fear you as much as they need you, but you won't be alone. Your classmates, they'll stand with you, even when your shadows could destroy everything. Sir Night-Eye, don't. Promise me, when you reach the top, when you're the strongest hero alive. Remember why you fought today. Remember that little girl you saved. Remember that power without compassion is just destruction. I promise. Night-Eye smiled, and his foresight showed him one last image. Izuku standing at the peak of hero society, shadows stretching across all of Japan, protecting millions while being feared by those same millions. Then his eyes closed, and the hero who could see the future breathed his last. Izuku stood at Night-Eye's funeral 3 days later, rain falling across Tokyo. Hundreds of heroes and civilians gathered to honor the man who dedicated his life to predicting and preventing tragedies. Eri stood beside him, holding his hand tightly, her horn bandaged from where doctors had finally been able to treat the years of abuse. He saw my future, Izuku said quietly. He knew I'd become strong. He wanted me to remember why that strength matters. You saved me, Eri's small voice replied. That's why it matters. You saved me when everyone else was too scared or too slow. That's what heroes do. Is it? Or is that what weapons do? Eliminate threats efficiently? You're not a weapon. Weapons don't cry at funerals. Izuku looked down at her, startled, and realized there were tears on his face. When had he started crying? He'd been analyzing, processing, compartmentalizing like always, and somehow emotion had slipped through anyway. Heroes cry, Eri continued, her wisdom unexpected for a 6-year-old who'd been through hell. Because they care. Weapons don't care. They just destroy. You're a hero, Izuku, even if your shadows are scary. Maybe she was right. Maybe caring was what separated heroes from weapons. The funeral ended and life moved forward as it always did. UA held its school festival, a celebration meant to restore normalcy and show the world that hero students could still smile and perform despite the darkness they faced. Izuku participated reluctantly, understanding the PR value but feeling disconnected from the joy others seemed to experience. Until Eri arrived, brought by Mirio, who'd been her primary caretaker since the rescue, she watched Class 1A's performance, a music and dance number that was objectively mediocre but filled with genuine enthusiasm, and something happened. She smiled. Not a small, polite smile, but a real genuine expression of happiness, the first since her rescue. Izuku watched from backstage, and something in his chest tightened. This was why heroes existed. Not for the glory or fame or power, but for moments like this. A traumatized child remembering how to smile because she felt safe enough to experience joy. After the festival, life returned to training and classes, but something had shifted in Izuku. He was still analytical, still tactical, still overwhelmingly powerful. But he was learning to care, slowly and imperfectly, about more than just efficient mission completion. The joint training exercises with Class 1B showcased this evolution. When Vlad King assigned teams, pitting Class 1A against 1B in tactical scenarios, Izuku's team with Uraraka, Ida, and Todoroki was expected to dominate. They did. But instead of simply overwhelming the opposition with maximum force, Izuku coordinated his team to showcase their individual strengths. Uraraka used creative gravity applications. Ida demonstrated tactical speed positioning. Todoroki combined ice and fire in innovative ways. They won in under 3 minutes, but his teammates had contributed meaningfully rather than just watching Izuku handle everything. "You held back," Bakugo accused afterward, his expression frustrated. "I utilized my team appropriately for the scenario." "Bullshit. You could have crushed them in 30 seconds with a full shikigami assault." "And learned nothing from the exercise. Joint training is about development, not domination. When did you become Mr. Team Player?" Izuku was quiet, thinking of Nai's last words, of Eri's smile, of All Might's retirement creating a vacuum that no single person could fill. "When I realized being the strongest doesn't mean fighting alone." Bakugo stared at him, then grinned, sharp and competitive. "Good, because Todoroki and I have been training with Endeavor. Next time we fight, you're going to need every shikigami you've got. I look forward to it." Winter passed into early spring, and with it came new assignments. The Hero Public Safety Commission contacted UA with an unusual request. They wanted Izuku specifically to work with Endeavor's agency on high-risk missions that required his unique capabilities. "You're the only hero who can deploy domain expansion," the commission representative explained. "That makes you invaluable for situations where standard hero tactics fail." Izuku accepted, understanding the tactical logic, even if he disliked being treated as a specialized weapon. Working with Endeavor was complicated. The #1 hero, promoted after All Might's retirement, was powerful, experienced, and absolutely driven to prove he deserved the top ranking. But he was also abrasive, emotionally distant, and carried family trauma that affected his hero work. Todoroki came along on these missions sometimes, creating awkward dynamics where father and son worked together but barely spoke. Izuku observed their broken relationship with his analytical mind, noting the patterns. Endeavor's attempts to connect always came across as demands or criticisms. Todoroki's responses were defensive, building walls instead of bridges. "Your father cares about you," Izuku said once, after a particularly tense mission briefing. "He cares about my potential as a hero. That's different from caring about me as a person." "Is it? Or have you decided that's his only motivation to avoid confronting the complexity of his feelings?" Todoroki looked at him sharply. "You're defending him?" "I'm observing that human emotions are rarely simple. He hurt you. That's undeniable. But people can feel regret and still not know how to express it properly, especially people who built their entire identity around strength and success rather than emotional connection." "When did you become a therapist?" "When I realized that understanding human psychology is as important as understanding combat tactics." The missions with Endeavor continued, and Izuku proved his value repeatedly. His domain expansion could lock down entire villain hideouts, making escape impossible and overwhelming defense futile. His shikigami coordination allowed for rescue operations that would normally require entire hero teams. He was becoming what the Commission wanted, an overwhelming force that could handle crisis situations other heroes couldn't. But he was also becoming something more concerning. A symbol of power so absolute that people feared it as much as they relied on it. The tipping point came in late spring. Reports emerged of a new villain organization forming, the Paranormal Liberation Front, a merger between the League of Villains and a cult called the Meta Liberation Army. Their stated goal, liberation of quirk usage from societal restrictions, creating a world where the strong ruled without legal constraints. Their membership, over 100,000 coordinated followers across Japan. Their leader, Redestro, a charismatic cult leader whose quirk grew stronger with stress. And their target, according to intelligence reports, Izuku Midoriya specifically, viewing him as the symbol of hero society's oppressive power that needed to be eliminated. The Commission's response was immediate and concerning. They wanted to move Izuku to a secure location, essentially putting him under protective custody until the threat could be neutralized. Izuku refused. "I won't hide while villains target innocent people. If they want to fight me, then we draw them out and eliminate the threat decisively." "You're 15 years old," the Commission representative argued. "You're powerful, yes, but this is a coordinated organization with hundreds of thousands of members. You can't fight an army alone." "I won't be alone. I have classmates, teachers, professional heroes who will stand with me. And if that's not enough..." Izuku's shadow writhed beneath him, the darkness deeper and more menacing than usual. Then I use MHA, and we end this war before it fully begins. The commission reluctantly agreed, understanding that trying to restrain Izuku would likely fail and damage their relationship with him. Instead, they began preparing for large-scale conflict. The Paranormal Liberation Front had a main compound in a mountain region outside major cities. Intelligence suggested their leadership was gathering there, coordinating the organization's expansion. The hero raid was scheduled for early summer. Multiple agencies, hundreds of heroes, a simultaneous assault designed to decapitate the PLF leadership before they could fully mobilize their army. Izuku was assigned to the hospital raid team, a separate operation targeting Dr. Garaki, the scientist who'd created Nomu creatures for All for One, and now worked with the PLF. The hospital was ordinary looking, a standard medical facility in a suburban area. But beneath it, according to intelligence, was a massive underground laboratory where Garaki bred and enhanced Nomu. The raid team included Endeavor, Mirko, the number 5 hero known for aggressive combat, and several other top professionals. And Izuku, the only first-year student brought on a mission this dangerous. They breached the hospital at dawn, moving through standard floors quickly, finding nothing until they reached the basement level. Then the floor opened, and they descended into something that belonged in nightmares. The laboratory was massive, football field-sized, filled with tanks containing Nomu in various stages of development. The air reeked of chemicals and something fundamentally wrong, and standing in the center, surrounded by his creations, Dr. Garaki smiled with grotesque cheer. "Welcome, heroes. Come to shut down my work? How rude." He pressed a button, and the tanks began opening. "Let me introduce you to my high-end Nomu. Each one has multiple quirks and near-human intelligence." 5 high-end Nomu emerged. They were horrifying. Humanoid but wrong, their bodies modified beyond recognition, each one radiating power that rivaled top-tier villains. Mirko charged immediately, her rabbit quirk-enhanced legs delivering kicks that cracked concrete. She engaged the first high-end in brutal melee combat, her aggressive style overwhelming its defenses. Endeavor created a wall of flames, trying to contain the others, his prominence burn attack charring one high-end's flesh. But there were too many, and they were adapting, learning, coordinating. One high-end grabbed Mirko mid-kick, its strength quirk overwhelming hers. It slammed her into a wall hard enough to shatter bone. Another high-end bypassed Endeavor's flames using a teleportation quirk, appearing behind him and striking with enough force to drive him to his knees. The remaining 3 focused on the other heroes, and within seconds, the professional heroes were losing. Divine Dogs, Nu, Great Serpent, Gamma, Max Elephant, Piercing Ox. 6 shikigami manifested simultaneously, and Izuku's shadow expanded across the entire laboratory floor. Domain expansion, Chimera Shadow Garden. Reality warped, the laboratory vanishing into the infinite shadow ocean. All 6 shikigami manifested in enhanced forms, larger, stronger, faster. Round Deer appeared, its reverse curse technique immediately healing Mirko's shattered bones. Rabbit Escape flooded the domain with thousands of copies, overwhelming the high-end's ability to track targets. "In my domain, you're outnumbered, outmatched, and out of options." Izuku's voice resonated across the darkness. Surrender or be destroyed. The high-ends attacked anyway, their near-human intelligence making them dangerous even in the disadvantageous terrain. What followed was the most intense battle Izuku had fought since Overhaul. The high-ends had multiple quirks each: regeneration, strength enhancement, speed boosts, elemental manipulation, defensive hardening. They coordinated like a military unit, covering each other's weaknesses, adapting to the shikigami's attack patterns. One high-end grabbed Great Serpent and used a disintegration quirk on it. The cursed energy construct began breaking apart, dissolving into nothing. Izuku dismissed the serpent before it was completely destroyed, but the loss stung. That was the first time a shikigami had been forced to retreat, rather than simply unsummoned by choice. Another high-end unleashed a flame attack that matched Endeavor's intensity, forcing Max Elephant to use all its water generation just to defend. The third high-end moved with speed that rivaled Ida's engines, striking Piercing Ox from multiple angles before the charging shikigami could build momentum. They were losing shikigami one by one. Gamma fell next, its tongue severed by a high-end with blade arm mutations. The The massive toad dissolved back into shadow, its power distributed to the remaining shikigami, but that distribution made the survivors stronger. Divine Dogs merged into totality automatically, the combined form now enhanced by Gamma's power. It grew larger, faster, its cursed energy density increasing beyond previous limits. Totality. Full assault. The merged wolf charged, and its enhanced form was overwhelming. It tore through one High-End's defenses, its jaws crushing the Nomu's neck despite its regeneration quirk, but the High-Ends adapted. They stopped attacking individually and coordinated a combined assault on Totality specifically, recognizing it as the strongest shikigami, 4 High-Ends versus 1 wolf, and despite Totality's power, it was overwhelmed. Izuku watched his strongest shikigami get torn apart, its cursed energy form destabilized beyond recovery. Divine Dog, Totality was destroyed. The shock of losing it rippled through Izuku's consciousness. Totality had been his primary combat shikigami since childhood, the merged form representing the peak of what Divine Dogs could achieve. Now it was gone, its power dispersing to the remaining shikigami. Nue absorbed the energy and evolved, its electrical quirk intensifying into something closer to natural lightning. It struck one High-End with enough voltage to overload even enhanced biology. The Nomu collapsing in convulsions, 2 High-Ends remained active. Piercing Ox, now enhanced with Totality's distributed power, charged with momentum that cracked the domain's shadow ground. Its horns pierced one High-End completely, the unstoppable force finally overwhelming regeneration. The last High-End stood alone, damaged. Facing the coordinated assault of all remaining Shikigami and heroes, it tried to flee, using a teleportation quirk to escape the domain. The domain didn't let it leave. "You can't escape what exists everywhere," Izuku stated calmly. "The Shadow Garden extends infinitely in all directions. Teleportation just moves you to a different part of the same domain." The High-End reappeared across the Shadow Ocean, exactly where the domain willed it. Round Deer's positive energy flooded the area, and the High-End's regeneration quirk, fundamentally a negative biological process, was reversed, neutralized, destroyed. Without regeneration, without allies, without escape, the final High-End fell to Nue's lightning and Piercing Ox's charge. The domain expansion dissolved. They were back in the laboratory, the tanks shattered, the walls cracked from the battle's pressure. Doctor, Garaki staring in horror at his defeated High-Ends. Impossible. They were perfect. Multiple quirks, enhanced intelligence, combat optimization. They were strong, Izuku acknowledged, his shadow contracting back to normal size. But strength alone doesn't win battles. Strategy, coordination, and willingness to sacrifice do. He'd lost Great Serpent, Gamma, and Divine Dog Totality in this fight. 3 Shikigami destroyed, their power distributed, but their forms gone permanently. It was the first time Izuku had paid a real cost for victory. Mirko, her bones healed by Round Deer, but her spirit shaken, stared at Izuku with new understanding. "You destroyed High-Ends that were giving me and Endeavor trouble. You're 15 years old and you just handled what would normally require every top 10 hero working together. I had advantages. Domain expansion, multiple Shikigami, your support. Don't downplay it, kid. You saved our lives." Endeavor approached, his flames dimmed, his expression complicated. "The gap between you and other heroes, it's wider than I thought. Even with my #1 ranking in that domain of yours, you're effectively unstoppable. Only against opponents who don't understand how it works. Someone smart enough to attack before I can deploy it, or strong enough to break the domain from inside, could still win." "Could they, though?" Endeavor's eyes were serious. "Or are you just saying that to make the rest of us feel less inadequate?" Izuku didn't answer, because he wasn't certain himself. The laboratory was secured. Garaki was arrested. The High-End Nomu corpses were collected for analysis, but something was wrong. In the deepest section of the lab, in a sealed tank that hadn't been opened during the fight, something was beginning to wake up. Tamura Shigaraki, his body modified beyond recognition, Garaki's final experiment in creating the perfect vessel, was emerging from forced hibernation. Alarms blared as the tank opened. "Everyone out!" Endeavor shouted, his instincts screaming danger even before seeing the threat, but it was too late. Shigaraki's hand touched the ground, and his decay quirk activated with force that made his previous uses look like children's attempts. The decay spread instantly, not in a slow wave, but explosively, consuming everything in a 100-meter radius in seconds. The entire laboratory level began crumbling, the decay racing through concrete and steel like it was paper. Heroes ran, evacuating desperately, and Izuku grabbed Mirko with shadow manipulation, pulling her up through collapsing floors toward the surface. They burst out of the hospital as the entire building collapsed, the decay consuming it completely in under a minute. And standing in the ruins, his body covered in decay cracks that healed instantly through enhanced regeneration, Tomura Shigaraki looked directly at Izuku. "Found you." His voice was distorted, wrong, like multiple people speaking simultaneously. "The Shadow Boy. Teacher wanted to understand you. I just want to destroy everything you protect." His hand touched the ground again, and the decay spread in all directions. Buildings crumbled, streets disintegrated. Everything he touched turned to dust, and the destruction was accelerating. Izuku's shadow exploded outward, creating platforms that let heroes escape the decaying ground. Nue flew overhead, carrying civilians to safety. Round Deer healed those caught at the decay's edges, its positive energy reversing the damage before it could kill. But Shigaraki was too fast, too powerful, his enhanced body moving with speed that rivaled the high ends. He appeared directly in front of Izuku, his hand reaching for the touch that would end everything. Piercing Ox. The shikigami manifested between them and charged, but Shigaraki's other hand touched it mid-charge. The ox decayed, its cursed energy form crumbling into nothing before Izuku could dismiss it, another shikigami destroyed. "Your shadows can't save you." Shigaraki's red eyes gleamed with something that wasn't quite sanity. "Everything decays. Your creatures, your allies, your hope, all of it will crumble eventually." He was right, tactically. Shigaraki's enhanced decay was too strong to engage directly. Fighting him in close combat was suicide, but Izuku had one advantage: he could retreat. Nue, aerial extraction. Round Deer, healing for evacuation priority. All remaining heroes fall back immediately. They fled, and Shigaraki didn't pursue. He simply stood in the decaying ruins, his hand on the ground, watching as the destruction spread for miles in every direction. "This is liberation," he announced, his voice carrying across the devastation. "This is what happens when power is unleashed without restraint. This is the world All for One envisioned." His eyes were glowing red, and as Izuku watched from a safe distance, he realized something horrifying. All for One wasn't dead. He was possessing Shigaraki, using the boy's enhanced body as a vessel, speaking through him, controlling him. The greatest villain in Japan's history had found a new way to survive, and he'd just declared war on hero society by destroying an entire city district in minutes. "We can't fight that," Mirko said, her voice shaking. "That's not something we can stop with conventional tactics." "No," Izuku agreed, his shadow writhing beneath him, responding to the threat. "That requires something unconventional." He was thinking of Mahoraga, the divine general that adapted to any attack, the ultimate shikigami that could potentially counter even decay. But using Mahoraga meant accepting catastrophic collateral damage. The god's power was too great to deploy in populated areas without devastating consequences. They needed time to evacuate civilians, to clear the battlefield, to create conditions where Mahoraga could be unleashed without killing thousands. "Endeavor," Izuku's voice was calm despite the chaos. "Contact the commission. We need mass evacuation of the Eastern District. We need the area cleared for a final confrontation. And we need it done in the next 6 hours, because after that, Shigaraki will start moving toward populated centers." How do you know that? Because All for One is controlling him, and AFO understands psychological warfare. He's giving us 6 hours to panic, to scramble, to make mistakes. Then he'll attack when we're disorganized and desperate. Endeavor's jaw clenched. "And what will you be doing during those 6 hours?" "Preparing for war." The evacuation was chaos. Hundreds of thousands of civilians fleeing as the Eastern District was declared a disaster zone. Pro-heroes from across Japan converged, creating perimeter barriers, establishing safe zones, coordinating the largest evacuation in modern Japanese history. And in the center of the decayed ruins, Shigaraki waited, his hand on the ground, decay slowly spreading in all directions. He was making a statement: "I can destroy everything, and you can't stop me." Izuku stood in UA's training grounds, his classmates gathered around him despite faculty protests. You don't have to be here, he said to them. This fight is beyond what students should handle. Shut up, Izuku. Bakugo's hands sparked with explosions. We didn't survive USJ, the training camp, and Kamino just to sit on the sidelines now. Bakugo's right, Todoroki added, ice and fire swirling around him. We're heroes in training. This is exactly what we've been preparing for. Midoriya, Ida stood at attention, his engines humming. As class representative, I speak for all of Class 1A. We're standing with you. Whatever comes next, we face it together. Uraraka nodded enthusiastically. You're not alone anymore. You've got all of us. The entire class echoed agreement, even the quieter students like Koda and Hagakure stepping forward, ready to fight despite the overwhelming threat. Izuku looked at them, these classmates who'd become something more than allies through shared battles and growth, friends. He'd made friends without realizing it, people who'd stand beside him even when facing a god-possessed villain that could decay cities. Then, prepare for the hardest battle of your lives. Izuku's shadow expanded across the training ground. Because we're fighting all for one, using Shigaraki's body as a vessel. We're fighting enhanced decay that can destroy anything with a touch. And if we lose, Japan loses with us. We're not losing, Bakugo grinned savagely. We're going to blast that hand-covered freak into dust and prove that the new generation is stronger than all his accumulated power. Optimistic and tactically unsound, Izuku noted, but appreciated. They trained through those 6 hours, each student pushing their quirks to absolute limits. Bakugo created explosions that cracked the sky. Todoroki's ice became dense enough to stop tank shells, his fire hot enough to melt steel. Ida's engines evolved a new gear that made him faster than most could track. Uraraka learned to make herself weightless and others simultaneously, creating three-dimensional mobility for the entire team, and Izuku cycled through every remaining shikigami, testing their limits, understanding their capabilities at his current energy level. He'd lost Divine Dog, Totality, Great Serpent Gamma, and Piercing Ox. Their power had distributed to the survivors, Nu, Max Elephant, Round Deer, and Rabbit Escape. Each surviving shikigami was stronger than before, their abilities enhanced by absorbed power, but losing 4 meant his tactical options were more limited. He'd need to use them perfectly. When the 6 hours ended, they moved out. The Eastern District was eerily silent, every civilian evacuated, every building empty, entire streets deserted. And in the center, standing in a crater of decay, Shigaraki waited. As the heroes approached, his body shifted, his form changing as All for One's possession intensified. Tamura's consciousness is still in here. AFO's voice spoke through Shigaraki's mouth, fighting for control. But I've had decades to refine my possession technique. Eventually, he'll fade completely and this body will be mine permanently. Then we save him by defeating you, Izuku stated calmly. Save him? Child, you can barely save yourself. AFO gestured, and Shigaraki's body unleashed multiple quirks simultaneously. Air cannon blasting compressed atmosphere, rivet stabs creating metal projectiles, radio waves disrupting communication equipment, decay spreading across the ground. Now, Endeavor shouted, and the hero assault began. Dozens of pro-heroes attacked in coordinated waves. Endeavor's prominence burn created walls of flames. Hawks deployed his feather blades from every angle. Mirko charged with kicks that shattered concrete. Best Jeanist manipulated fabric to restrain Shigaraki's movements, and Shigaraki countered all of it. His enhanced body moved with inhuman speed, dodging attacks that should have been impossible to avoid. His decay spread faster than heroes could retreat, forcing them back constantly. His multiple quirks created defensive barriers that neutralized even the strongest attacks. Within minutes, half the professional heroes were down, their quirks exhausted or their bodies too damaged to continue. Is this the best hero society offers? AFO's voice mocked through Shigaraki. All Might defeated me with overwhelming power. You're just disappointing. Then Class 1A entered the battle. Bakugo exploded into the air, his blasts creating smoke cover. Todoroki created ice walls that channeled Shigaraki's movement into predictable paths. Ida used his speed to evacuate injured heroes. Uraraka made debris weightless, turning the battlefield into three-dimensional chaos, and Izuku coordinated them all. Bakugo, northeast angle, force him toward Todoroki's ice. Todoroki, create barrier wall, funnel him into Uraraka's gravity zone. Uraraka, on my mark, make the ice weightless. Ida. Extraction of best genist. He's too injured to continue. They moved like a machine, each student executing their role perfectly, and for the first time, Shigaraki was actually challenged by their coordination. But it wasn't enough. His decay spread, forcing Todoroki to abandon his ice barrier. His air cannon disrupted Bakugo's aerial movement, sending him crashing down. His speed let him catch Uraraka mid-quirk activation, his hand reaching for her. Nue. The electric owl dove between them, its supercharged lightning forcing Shigaraki back, giving Uraraka time to retreat. Clever, AFO acknowledged. Using your creatures as shields while your classmates create openings. But you're still losing. Every minute that passes, more of your allies fall. Eventually, you'll stand alone against me, just like All Might did. And unlike him, you're not strong enough to win. You're right. Izuku's shadow expanded across the entire battlefield. I'm not strong enough to win this fight conventionally. That's why I'm not going to fight conventionally. His shadow writhed, deeper and darker than it had ever been, and something began emerging from that darkness. A golden wheel appeared above Izuku's head, rotating slowly, the sound of adaptation echoing across the silent district. Clang. No. AFO's voice lost its mocking tone, replaced by genuine concern. That presence, that's not a quirk. What are you summoning? Something you can't steal, something you can't control, something that exists outside your understanding of power. Clang. The wheel rotated again, and reality began warping around Izuku. Buildings cracked from pressure alone. The air grew heavy, light seemed to bend toward the darkness. With this treasure, Izuku began the summoning chant, his voice resonant with cursed energy that made even AFO step back instinctively. Stop him! AFO shouted through Shigaraki, throwing every quirk simultaneously. Air cannon, rivet stabs, decay, everything. Protect Midoriya. Endeavor created a wall of flames. Shield formation. Todoroki's ice barrier rose, but it didn't matter. The attacks were coming too fast, too strong, and would break through any defense. Then Bakugo appeared, his body taking the air cannon blast that should have hit Izuku. The impact drove him to the ground, unconscious, but the summoning wasn't interrupted. Uraraka made debris weightless, creating barriers from floating concrete. Ida used his speed to deflect rivet stabs. The entire class formed a defensive perimeter around Izuku, buying him the seconds he needed. I summon eight-handled sword Divergent Sila Divine General Maharaga. The shadow exploded. Not metaphorically, literally exploded outward, the darkness erupting with force that sent shockwaves across the entire district. And from that darkness, the god emerged. Maharaga stood 15 meters tall, its body white and wrapped in dark cloth, 4 wings spreading from its back. The golden wheel above its head rotated constantly, adapting, evolving, becoming stronger with every second. And in its hands, the sword of extermination gleamed with positive energy that made All for One's accumulated quirks recoil instinctively. Impossible, AFO breathed, staring up at the Divine General. That's not a quirk. That's something beyond human understanding. What are you, Izuku Midoriya? I'm someone who keeps a god in his shadow, Izuku replied, his voice calm despite the earth-shaking power radiating from Maharaga. And you're about to learn why that's a problem for you. Maharaga moved. Its speed defied its size. One moment standing still, the next appearing directly in front of Shigaraki, the sword of extermination swinging down with force that split the air itself. AFO blocked with multiple quirks simultaneously, air cannon, kinetic barriers, defensive hardening, everything he had. The sword cut through all of it like they were made of smoke. Only Shigaraki's enhanced regeneration saved him, the boy's body healing from a wound that should have been instantly fatal, but the wheel above Maharaga's head clicked. Klangit had analyzed AFO's defensive quirks, adapted to them. The next attack would ignore those defenses completely. Retreat! AFO tried to create distance, using air cannon to blast himself backward. Maharaga's wings spread, and it flew, covering the distance instantly, the sword swinging again, Clang another adaptation, this time to Shigaraki's regeneration quirk. The wound didn't heal as quickly. Your quirks can't save you, Izuku explained, watching the battle with analytical calm. Maharaga adapts to any attack. Every defense you use, it learns to bypass. Every offense you attempt, it learns to counter. You're fighting a creature that becomes immune to everything you are. AFO realized his tactical situation. He was losing. Every quirk he used made Maharaga stronger. Every second that passed, the Divine General adapted more completely. And that sword, the Sword of Extermination coated in positive energy, was specifically designed to destroy cursed and corrupted power, like his accumulated quirks. Then I'll destroy you before it fully adapts. AFO unleashed everything. Every quirk in his collection activated simultaneously. The explosion was apocalyptic. Fire, lightning, force, decay, impact, heat, cold, pressure. Dozens of quirks combining into an attack that should have destroyed a city block. Mahoraga stood in the center of it all, its wheel rotating. Clang, clang, clang. With each rotation, it adapted to another quirk. The fire stopped burning. The lightning dispersed harmlessly. The force couldn't move it. The decay couldn't touch it. After 10 rotations, Mahoraga walked through the ongoing attack completely unharmed and swung its sword. The Sword of Extermination struck AFO's accumulated quirk collection like a purifying light hitting corruption. The positive energy didn't just damage, it reversed the negative changes AFO had made to reality by stealing quirks. It undid decades of theft. It purified the cursed accumulation of stolen power. AFO's quirks began failing. One by one, they stopped working. The stolen abilities that had made him the most powerful villain in history were being erased by a sword that existed to destroy exactly his type of corruption. No! AFO's voice was desperate now, the mocking tone completely gone. I've collected these for decades. Centuries of work. You can't just... Mahoraga swung again. More quirks vanished, purified into nothingness by the Sword of Extermination. This isn't possible. I am beyond death. I am. You were a curse that lasted too long. Izuku's voice cut through AFO's rambling. A collection of stolen power that never should have existed. Mahoraga is the antithesis of everything you are. And now, you're being exorcised. The final swing of the Sword of Extermination pierced through Shigaraki's chest, the positive energy flooding directly into AFO's possession. The corruption burned away, all for one's consciousness. His accumulated quirks, his possession of Shigaraki, everything was purified in an instant of absolute cleansing light. Shigaraki collapsed, free from possession, but mortally wounded. Izuku caught him before he hit the ground, and immediately Round Deer manifested, its reverse curse technique activating at maximum output. The positive energy that had just destroyed AFO now worked to save Shigaraki, healing the sword wound, repairing damaged organs, reversing the modifications Garaki had made. Why? Shigaraki's voice was weak, his red eyes fading back to normal color. Why are you saving me? I tried to destroy everything. Because AFO was controlling you, using you. You were a victim too. Izuku's shadow wrapped around them both gently. And heroes save people, even people who've made terrible mistakes. Shigaraki's eyes closed, consciousness fading as his body healed, and for the first time in years, his expression was peaceful. The battle was over. AFO was destroyed, his consciousness purified into nothing by Mahoraga's sword. Shigaraki was saved, freed from possession, alive because Izuku chose mercy over vengeance. And Mahoraga stood silent, its wheel still rotating, waiting for the next threat to adapt against. Izuku looked up at the Divine General, this creature of ultimate power that he'd kept sealed in his shadow since age 10, and made a decision. Return to the shadows, rest until needed again. Mahoraga dissolved back into darkness, and the oppressive weight of its presence lifted from the battlefield. The remaining heroes and students stood in shocked silence, processing what they just witnessed. You really did it. Endeavor's voice was quiet. You defeated All for One. You saved Japan. You're 15 years old and you just accomplished what All Might could barely manage at his peak. I had help. Izuku gestured to his classmates, many of them injured or exhausted, but all still standing. They bought me time to summon Mahoraga. Without them, this wouldn't have worked. Don't deflect, Bakugo groaned from where he lay on the ground, finally regaining consciousness. You summoned a god and used it to purify the world's greatest villain. That's your power. Own it. Izuku helped Bakugo stand, his shadow supporting them both. Then I own it, and I'll use it to protect people. That's my choice. The aftermath was complex. Shigaraki was placed in maximum security custody, undergoing psychological evaluation and deprogramming from years of AFO's manipulation. Some called for execution, but Izuku's testimony that the boy had been possessed and controlled shifted public opinion toward rehabilitation. The Paranormal Liberation Front collapsed without AFO's leadership. its membership scattering or surrendering as heroes systematically dismantled the organization. Hero Society began recovering from the war, though the scars, physical and psychological, would last for years. And Izuku. Izuku became something unprecedented. At 15 years old, he was credited with defeating All for One, saving Tamura Shigaraki, and ending the threat of the Paranormal Liberation Front. His provisional license was upgraded to full hero status immediately. He was ranked #1 hero before even graduating. UA Society didn't know how to process it. Some called him the new symbol of peace, the next All Might, the hero who would carry society into a brighter future. Others called him dangerous, a power beyond regulation, someone whose shadows could destroy as easily as protect. And in the quiet moments when cameras weren't watching and crowds weren't cheering, Izuku sat with his classmates and wondered what came next. "You're famous now," Uraraka observed, scrolling through news articles on her phone. "Every hero agency in Japan wants you. The commission is offering you leadership positions. There's talk of creating a special division just for you." "I'm still a student." "Are you, though?" Todoroki asked quietly. "You're stronger than most pro heroes. You've defeated threats that required All Might at his peak. What does UA have left to teach you?" It was a fair question. Tactically, Izuku had surpassed the curriculum. His combat ability exceeded his teachers. His tactical knowledge rivaled professional heroes with decades of experience. His power was unmatched in modern Japan. But Night Eye's final words echoed in his mind. "Remember that power without compassion is just destruction." "UA teaches me how to be a hero, not just a powerful fighter," Izuku replied. "How to work with others. How to inspire hope, how to choose mercy when vengeance would be easier. Those lessons matter more than combat capability." "So you're staying?" Bakugo demanded. "Yes, until graduation. I'll complete my education properly." "Good," Bakugo grinned, "because Todoroki and I are catching up to you, and we need time to actually reach your level before you go off being the world's strongest hero or whatever. You'll never catch up if I'm also growing stronger during that time. Then we'll just have to grow faster. Race you to the top, Izuku." They trained together through the rest of the year, Class 1A pushing themselves beyond reasonable limits, understanding that they'd witnessed something unprecedented and needed to rise to match it. Bakugo refined his explosions until he could create focused blasts that rivaled Endeavor's flames. Todoroki learned to combine ice and fire simultaneously, creating attacks neither parent could match. With Ida's engines evolved multiple new gears. Uraraka could now make dozens of objects weightless simultaneously. The entire class grew exponentially, driven by the example Izuku had set, and Izuku continued evolving as well. He'd lost 4 shikigami in the war, but the remaining ones had absorbed that power. Nue could now generate lightning that rivaled natural storms. Max Elephant's water generation could flood city blocks. Round Deer's reverse cursed technique could heal injuries that would normally be fatal. Rabbit Escape could manifest thousands simultaneously. But more importantly, he was learning restraint, how to use minimum force for maximum effect, how to solve problems without immediately escalating to overwhelming power, how to inspire others to grow rather than solving every problem himself. He was learning to be a hero, not just a weapon. The school year ended with graduation ceremony that was more media circus than academic event. Every news outlet in Japan covered it, every camera focused on Izuku as he received his diploma and official hero license. Izuku Midoriya, Principal Nezu announced to the assembled crowd, graduates as valedictorian of UA High School's hero course. He is ranked #1 hero in Japan. He has defeated threats that endangered our entire society. And he has demonstrated that true heroism combines power with compassion, strength with wisdom, victory with mercy. The crowd erupted in applause. "Do you have any words for the people of Japan?" a reporter shouted. Izuku stepped to the microphone, his shadow stretching behind him in the auditorium lights. "I'm just Midoriya," he said simply. "That's enough." No grand speech, no promises of eternal peace, no claims of being the next symbol, just a statement of identity and purpose. The crowd seemed almost disappointed by the brevity, but Izuku didn't care about their expectations. He'd learned from All Might's example, symbols could inspire, but they could also burden. Better to be a capable hero than an impossible ideal. After the ceremony, he stood on UA's rooftop, looking out across Tokyo as the sun set. His classmates joined him one by one, Bakugo and Todoroki first, then Ida and Uraraka. Eventually the entire graduating class gathered in comfortable silence. "What now?" Uraraka finally asked. "We're pro-heroes now. We can go anywhere, do anything. We protect people," Izuku replied. "Same as always, just officially." "You make it sound so simple," Todoroki observed. "It is simple. The execution is complex, but the goal is simple. Protect those who can't protect themselves." "And what about your shadows?" Bakugo gestured to the darkness stretching from Izuku's feet. "You've got a god sealed in there. You going to keep it hidden until the next world-ending threat?" "Yes. Mahoraga is a weapon of last resort. I'll use it when necessary and not before." "What if necessary never comes again? What if you never need to summon it?" "Then I'll have won without needing ultimate power. That would be the best outcome." They stood together as the sun fully set, casting long shadows across the city they'd sworn to protect. Izuku's shadow was deepest, darkest, carrying the weight of divine power and the burden of being Japan's strongest hero at 18 years old. But he wasn't alone in that darkness. His classmates stood beside him, their own shadows overlapping with his, creating a combined presence that felt less like overwhelming power and more like shared strength. "To the future," Ida declared, raising an imaginary toast. "To kicking villain ass," Bakugo amended. "To protecting smiles," Uraraka added. "To being heroes," Todoroki concluded. And Izuku, standing among friends who'd become family through shared battles and growth, smiled genuinely for the first time in months. To all of that, he agreed. Years passed. Izuku Midoriya became the hero he'd trained to be. Efficient, powerful, compassionate. He operated across Japan, responding to crises that required his unique capabilities, coordinating with other heroes on large-scale operations, inspiring the next generation through actions rather than words. He never summoned Mahoraga again. Not because threats didn't arise, but because he became skilled enough to handle every challenge without requiring divine intervention. His tactical ability, his shikigami coordination, his domain expansion, these were sufficient for every situation he encountered. Bakugo became the number 2 hero, his explosive power and aggressive tactics earning him reputation as the hero who never gave up. He and Izuku maintained their rivalry, pushing each other to greater heights through constant competition. Todoroki established his own agency, separate from Endeavor's shadow, proving himself through his own merits and eventually reconciling with his father on his own terms. Class 1A became the foundation of a new generation of heroes, each one carrying lessons learned from their time at UA and from watching Izuku demonstrate what true heroism looked like. And society changed. Crime rates dropped, not because of fear, but because heroes inspired hope. Villain organizations collapsed, not through overwhelming force, but through systematic dismantling and rehabilitation programs. The next generation grew up seeing heroes as people who protected rather than weapons who destroyed. It wasn't perfect. It never would be, but it was better. And on quiet evenings, when the sun set across Tokyo and shadows lengthened naturally, Izuku stood on his apartment balcony and looked out across the city. His shadow stretched behind him, darker and deeper than normal shadows, carrying power that could end the world or save it. 9 shikigami rested within that darkness, each one a companion he'd trained with for years. And in the deepest part of his shadow, Mahoraga waited patiently. The divine general that had adapted to death itself, ready to be summoned if Japan ever faced a threat worthy of divine intervention. Will that day come? Izuku wondered aloud. His shadow rippled in response. Mahoraga's acknowledgement. If it does, we'll face it together, all of us. Because he'd learned the most important lesson. Power wasn't about individual strength or accumulated abilities or overwhelming force. Power was about choosing when to fight and when to show mercy, that when to escalate and when to de-escalate. When to stand alone and when to fight beside others. He was Izuku Midoriya, a Jujutsu sorcerer in a world of quirks, the number 1 hero who kept a god in his shadow, a student who'd become a teacher to the next generation, and his shadows would protect Japan forever. The sun disappeared below the horizon and darkness fell across the city, but it wasn't the darkness of fear or despair. It was the darkness of protection, of watchful guardians who walked between light and shadow, between hero and something more. Izuku's shadow stretched across Tokyo, invisible to normal eyes, but felt by those who needed protection. A promise that someone was watching, someone was ready. Someone would always stand between innocent people and the threats that emerge from darkness. In his shadow, Mahoraga's wheel rotated once, clang a sound of readiness, of adaptation, of eternal vigilance. And Izuku smiled, because he understood what the Divine General was communicating. We are prepared. When the world needs us, we will answer. Until then, we watch, we wait, we protect. The city lights illuminated one by one, pushing back the natural darkness, and Izuku disappeared into the shadows he commanded. Gone, but not absent. Watching, but not seen. The shadow that would always protect Japan, whether society knew it or not. The end.
A massive thank you to the legends supporting the channel. Starting us off, a huge shout out to our pro hero, Javon McGuire.
Next up, thank you to the absolute pillars of the community, our symbol of peace tier. Neostar Productions, Asael Cardenas, Shaquan Simmons, Agros Saxa 298, Sunawin 631, Elijah Saunders, Peter Hamilton, Freddy_Rose, Omega, Toxic Rune, Chris Talley, Alexander Thompson, Remorsefuls, Blackvein, Joshua Hedrington, Aaron Abercrombie, Drift Skater, Akano Hijima, Corey Tokars, Kewin Thompson, Yan, Exo Hope 3656, Devin Black, Crow, Yizbrid, Roberto Ramos Di Cristina, Dasher Games, Joe Bros, Rave on Crimson River, Dante Alistar, Adam Yonkers, Blood Saints, Donna Cafe, Zeph, KC, Howie60, Ignacio, and Albert.
And finally, massive love to the heavy hitters holding it all down, the hope of the universe. Debbie Vo, Gov Dizzles 21, LS Morningstar, Marl, Spintown, I Shoot X50, Greg Green, James, Juan, I'm Calver, and Colsey. You guys are the best.
If this shadow-fueled timeline blew your mind, smash that like button. Who stands a chance against Deku and his shikigami army? Drop your theories below and subscribe for more insane anime what-ifs. The multiverse is vast, and we're just getting started. Thanks for watching.